Alrighty, let's get started. We'll play some Zomboid today, and then I'm not sure, but we'll figure it out. Congrats on your stream streak. Congrats on first. Um, oh, it would probably help if I loaded Zomboid up. The hell. Um, Give me a minute. Morning. Okay, come on, Zomboid. Yeah, hopefully everybody's Saturday is going good. Sunday, Saturday, Sunday. I don't know. One of the days of the week. Hello. I wonder if we're always gonna have like a conventional week, or if we're gonna redesign it. It'd be kind of neat if the week got redesigned. I mean, the whole Monday to Friday thing is kind of not a real thing for some folks, right? What if we changed it? What if it's not Monday to Friday or Sunday to Saturday, and we just decided we wanted to do something else? Hmm. You got a tomato toad? Oh, that's awesome. No, free my cursor. No, no. Tomato frog. You can send it to me directly or post it on Discord. If you send it to me directly, I can respond. I think. Like, whisper on Twitch or uh Discord or DM me or yeah, I don't have a way to permit in chat as far as I know. Oh, that is really, really cute. Is this one? I like it. I like it a lot, and if I wasn't planning on moving, I would buy like a lot of things like this. Like that's like there is a like I have a like a full page of stuff that I gotta buy when I get to Sweden and live with Emma. That's the things that I want that I've like you gotta travel light. You can't buy anything. So like I mean I was like I've forbidden myself from purchasing so many things because it's like I don't want to travel with like lots of stuff. I want to be like I like the light travel. If I'm gonna travel, I want one bag. I don't want to have to be waiting for bags. Nothing. Like of course I'm still gonna have to wait for some, but yeah, that is really really super cute. I would totally get one of those. It's adorable. That is super cute. All right, let's play some Zomboid. Oh, it's super cute. Oh, yeah, I'm gonna add that to my list. Tomato frog. Hmm. Yeah, so a while ago, just before there was a limited edition plush toy that Emma wanted me to buy because Emma couldn't get it to Sweden. Like it wouldn't said they weren't selling it to Sweden. So because I'm here in Canada, and also I've got family like that's here as well as in England and a lot of other places, right? So it's useful in that way because I can always like ask them to get stuff like this even if I'm over in Sweden. That said, the plush toy, the shipping cost of the plush toy was almost 3 times the cost of the toy itself. It was expensive. But because it was limited edition and Emma really, really wanted it for her birthday, I didn't want to not get Emma her birthday present. So, despite expense, this plush toy is here and hanging out. And eventually, I will bring it with me. It's like it's still in the plastic. I can't wait. Give it to Emma, and Emma's gonna love it. It is a marshmallow, which is like a Yu-Gi-Oh thing. It's very round and plushy. I like plushies though. I left one of my plushies with Emma actually, because as a gift, but also as a present. The way I left it though was very. I'm a bit cheesy, a little bit. So, because I had to go right because I had to come back here because I couldn't stay in Sweden. Like I'd stayed my allotted 2 weeks and hung out with Emma and we had a good time. Um, and the way that I left was I left a little sticky note with the plush toy on her chair, but I made sure that Emma didn't go back into the room to see the plush toy and the sticky note on the chair. And I got a like message about that later. It was like Emma was fine up until that point, and then Emma had a nice like a sad moment, but then is okay because it's not like I'm going away forever. We'll be together again, at least I hope. Ah, you ordered across the seas. Hmm. Yeah, shipping's getting ridiculous in terms of cost and price. It's getting to the point where I don't know if I'm gonna be keen to get anything from the States, to be honest. No offense, and that's coming from somebody who lives next door to the States. I could go down into the States and then buy something and then come back. And honestly, that probably would be cheaper. And that's ridiculous given my location. Where I am in the world, it to get to the States would be like that's a multi-day trek. And yet I still think it's cheaper than shipping. That's pretty bad. Plan out a multi-day trip to avoid shipping cost. Ah, not really though. Convenience is too good to pass up, but ludicrous. Hopefully everybody's having a good day though. And I guess that the stream's okay today. Cause yesterday it wasn't. So fingers crossed that it stays not broken. There we go. Thank you for the wellness. Do appreciate. Okay. And picked up a special Pikachu plushie. They shipped it to the wrong address. Oh my goodness. That's stupid. Why did they ship it to the wrong place? Usually they lock into that based on like postal or zip code. It's really annoying. Okay, let's fish because I need to get weight up a little bit. Not much, but just a smidgen. We're on like cusp. I'd say we're probably 1,000 shy. So You had an address from 2 years ago? Yeesh. What do you mean? When you guys click wellness, that little noise makes me go, okay, stretch. Do I need it? Do I have to go to the bathroom? Do I have to get beverage? Like, I go through the full check every time I hear that noise. It's built into my brain that that's what that noise means. Also, it makes me think fondly of a friend of mine who quit streaming. So he didn't have time to stream anymore because one, he became a dad, and two, he's a business owner, so he just doesn't have time to stream. I was a business owner, but I'm almost out of it now. Like, I'm not gonna be owning the business anymore. And then I'm gonna try full-time stream for a bit and see how that works. And if it works good, then it works good. If it works bad, then it works bad. And I just get another job and or start another business. Simple. Pay nearly double on eBay. And that's assuming that you got the actual product and not a picture of the product. I've heard so many stories about that. Yeah, no, I know. I know how how owning a business works. Because, well, business owner for many years. It's a pain. The taxes are a pain. Because, yeah. But that said, it's not the worst. Like, if you know what you're doing as a business owner, you'll be fine. It's just you gotta make sure that you're reading everything and that you're understanding everything. And you can't cut corners and you can't break rules. You gotta, everything's rigid. It's bureaucracy, so you gotta really. In a way, though, that protects a business owner as well. So as much as it is a huge pain in the ass, there are protecting factors in there that keep you somewhat safe from clientele being, if they decide they don't want to pay or something like that, then, you're protected. Because we've had many of that in the past, or them trying to get extra stuff done and for free and stuff like that. It's just, you have to get a loan. Not if you have the, like, it depends. There are, like, you can kind of get around that with other businesses, sort of. Especially with the way that we started ours. But because it requires go. Yeah, you end up it just depends on if things go successful or not. It can be very expensive, especially for equipment. Equipment always breaking down, or if your staff is too rough with the equipment. And then staff themselves are probably one of the most difficult costs. Because, well, ebbs and flows. Some folks, they get in and they're like, yeah, I like this, and then next week they're like, you know what, I don't like this anymore. It's like, Yeah, it's tough. Ours was a little different though, because ours was a cleaning company. Or, well, is still a cleaning company. A little bit different. But yeah, it's one of those things where it can be like I wouldn't be worried about starting another business. The big thing would be trying to reestablish what I might do is I might do a basic level position somewhere first and until I'm able to discuss what I would like to do. But it depends. That's if that's necessary. That's my backup plan, right? It's not meant to be my primary plan. Yeah. Backup plans are good to have though. They kind of are your safety net. Hmm. Oh, that's garbage. Yeah, we'll see what happens here in the near future. I'm hopeful though. I'm if it works out, it works out. If it doesn't, it doesn't. I'm not gonna push like extremely hard for it, but I am gonna give effort. I'm gonna put effort in. And if the effort falls flat, it falls flat. That's life. You know, ebbs and flows. Yeah, construction equipment can be liable, but the things that I was thinking of were cheap stuff that's not actually like, you know, but it adds up over time when they're always breaking it. It's like each thing could be $1, right? But it doesn't matter if they're, you know, if they're breaking like 100 a week. Like it starts to add up. You get nickel and dimed down gradually. Okay, let's like this. But yeah, that's my backup plan. Is that and then I have a backup plan for my other backup plan, and that would be if I absolutely have to, and I would I would forego everything, and I would work an like a couple of basic level positions, because I can do that, and I have the energy pool that's sustained well enough that I could probably do 2 to 3 jobs at the same time. Of a entry level, you know, like working at like a McDonald's or something if I absolutely have to. But obviously I don't want to, because I've been there, I've done that. I don't need to work entry level anymore. But you never know. And if I absolutely had to, I mean, I would do it. One has to just give up on that sort of, you know, you can't be prideful if you're in a situation that like forces you into that kind of stuff, right? I'm not gonna, you know, be silly. Nice, 800. Another 800. Nice. That's 1600. Next bowl of fish will put us above the threshold. And a bowl of fish after this should give us that arrow even on this thing. Because we're already up arrowed. See? Oops. Yeah, there's a lot of companies that avoid that stuff. It's just like how to avoid taxes. You know, you can take out a loan and then you don't have to pay taxes. It's just like, it's it's obviously more complicated than that, but it's like still it's like those tactics are so yeah. I'm not keen. Don't like that stuff. All the scam stuff has been getting out of control. Like, it's been out of control, but it's getting worse, I feel. Like, because a lot of it's getting upgraded with AI. It's really obnoxious. I wish that would stop. I wish there would be a way to kind of ease back on that. Lurker chiming in, task, what was that? What, do you mean the fast forwarding of smashing rocks or the random conversation about business? The crafting noise. Okay, I got you. Yeah, it's just crafting, don't worry about it. The random conversation about business where business owners just kind of they know and it's pain. Economic and suddenly brr, yeah, it's being a business owner is a pain, but it's rewarding too. Like, there are aspects of being a business owner that is really good. Like, the basic one is that you are your own boss, which is kind of nice, but really you're not your own boss. I mean, at the end of the day, kind of. Yeah, like, I mean, I can choose when I go into work, kind of deal, but it's not like, right? Not really. Because I can decline our clientele. I mean, at a moment, if I don't like a job, I'd be like, you know what, no, I'm good. But that's not good practice. It's not a good idea. Thankfully, though, I haven't had to, like, I'm not, yeah, it's not something that I've had to worry about for a long time. He's like, let me know I stole his mask. Now I'm borrowing it. As he comes back, I'll give it back to him. Like, happily. Happily, he can have it back. I would, you know, bend on one knee and present it to him on a velvet pillow. That's what would happen. This is yours, sir. I was holding it for you. That's honestly what would happen. But yeah, I didn't steal it. It's, no, this is homage. This is tribute. It's not stealing. Like, he'll come back. I believe. I believe he'll be back. And then we'll get to enjoy. Strategic altering of equipment to a... Well, I'm just keeping it warm, right? This mask needs bloodlust. No, I didn't. Okay. This mask, it requires sacrifice. You can't not kill zombies in this mask. That is just true facts, right? This mask it requires sacrifice. Business owners. Someone else to do the job they're doing with overtime and extras. Yeah. Yeah, I've been. It's very interesting how the government's doing things, and like because our government's getting well. I don't know exactly if you're talking about the American government, because mine's Canadian, right? So might be slightly different, maybe, but maybe not. I don't know. It's one of those strange situations where you might be, like, maybe it's difficult. Ah, you're talking about the Finnish government. Okay. Yeah, we'll see. Because I know that there are laws in Sweden that shift things kind of a little bit as well for business owners. And that business owners are simultaneously protected, but it becomes harder to do a business over there. Like they're the way they do things, it's a little bit more tough. Not impossible, just more tough. It's same for all of Europe, though. Europe is very much has a lot of like rules and like you need a lot of licenses, depending on what you're doing. Like there's a lot of that. Where is my mall? I suppose I could just make another one, but... Very nice. I honestly don't know where I set it down. Why do I have to be such a confusing individual when it comes to organizing things sometimes? Past me, you're not doing me a favor right now. You're giving me like a disservice. I don't know where I put it. It's like it's gone and I don't know where it is. It's fine. I gotta chop down another tree so I can get another long stick so I can make another mall. That mall will show up somewhere here in the near future, and I'll be like, oh yeah, it's there. Because this is a long stick, those are saplings. You can figure it would be here. It'd be alphabetical. There's no mall in the M's. Did it somehow fly over to here? Because sometimes no. Well, yeah, and then that includes depends on if you're on salary or not. Usually, when you have salary, you get benefits, but you're on salary, so you have to work a certain amount of time but also it's not like you get paid more. You don't. You get paid more overall. Oh, there it is. Found it. But it's like, yeah. Yeah, they don't count if you're on salary. Oh, really? Interesting. That is interesting. Yeah, you can see differences in companies as a result or countries as a result of this stuff. Like, it's not super stark difference because it's all still bureaucracy in the end, right? So like it's just different way of doing things and lining things up. Hmm. Yep. Yeah. Yeah. You always got to be careful of that kind of thing because suddenly you might be in a higher bracket and then be ready to pay. Yep. I remember our business had that sort of thing happen at one point where we suddenly and then on top of that a few of our trucks broke down. So it's like one of those things where it was like, okay. Apologies for the noise. Yeah, not only can they not afford to pay themselves, but they can't, like, they're working day and night, like, constantly. It's, like, constant. Yeah, constantly working. I've been there, too, where I was one of the folks that was day and night, all the time. I was there. And I had people asking me at the time if I was the owner, and I could have been, but I wasn't. I was just the person that they relied on, and at that time, I didn't have the like I wasn't the kind of person that would say no, which is a dangerous thing. You got to say no. Like that is something that I've learned is don't get taken advantage of. Say no. You can say no. It's okay. Say no. It's fine. Don't be that person that gets stuck in that position where you are working day in and day out, and then like I mean, it's a sucky position to be in. But yeah, I'm glad that I didn't take over that business because then because I left that business before because I got offered and then I watched that business change hands like 4 times after I'd left, and they still call me. They still call me to fix things. Like even now, I haven't worked there for like years at this point, and they still call me, and they're like, the worst part is not having been there for years and still being able to fix their problems. And they call me and they're like, by the way, there's an issue. I'm like, I don't work there anymore. You should stop calling me. But well, I don't want to charge them, but like, it's like I know the answer, so it's like it was funny because one time they actually had to escalate me because I needed to explain it to somebody who was higher up because I knew. And so they escalated me, and then both me and that person were chuckling about it. They're like, "You don't work here anymore. I was like, we didn't have to call you, you know." I was like, "Yeah, but it's funny." The only time it's not funny is when they wake me up in the middle of the night, kind of thing, during the few hours of sleep that I get. But it's like it was so we were both laughing about it, but it was like, yeah. And then I'm like, okay, so but here's how you fix this issue. And they're like, "Oh, okay, thank you." I'm like, and then once again, because every time they call, I say you should take my number off of there. But nope, my number has retained position there forever since I gave it to them in a time when I didn't have any other options at that moment. So I gave them a number to call, right? If they in the event that they needed, they needed help. My mistake. Oh well. It gives me mild amusement. Yeah. But it's at this point that I don't really know the folks super well anymore, but they know me for some reason. like I don't really know them by name. They're aware of who I am. Like that's the person we call to fix the problems. uh, yeah. I know that it's one of those funny situations. It's just mildly amusing to me. Let's get some water. And under no circumstances, even if they ask you to not remove their number, they fix our problems, and they don't ask anything for it. It was funny. There was that I was in Sweden. I was sleeping and they woke me up in the middle of the night. And Emma could attest to this if Emma was here, but I ended up having to. I went out and I sat in the kitchen and I'm like sitting in the kitchen. Like I'm on the other side of the world from these folks. It's like, I'm like, and solving their problems for them. That was the only time that I told them, like, really, like, you really should take my number off there. It's like, I mean, you're waking me up in the middle of the night. Nope. Just nope. Cause what was it? How many days ago was it now? Like, let's see. Cause it's been years. And here, let me check. Uh, do, do, do. Their last phone call to me was it was last month, so it's not super soon, but it like I mean, still, so it was December. This is the Oracle. Oh, it would be hilarious if they called me ruined, but no, they wouldn't. They shouldn't have an issue now. Not given the timing. It's just amusing to me. Okay, so I'm gonna put away one of these. I only need one pair of scissors, so I'll put away the scissors as well. Life is funny, the way that it works. Workers will be out of jobs. Congrats on your 35 streak. I'm actually genuinely surprised with my internet going out the way it did yesterday that people are absolutely able to continue their streaks. If anyone lost their streaks as a result of it as well, I am sorry. I don't mean to have that happen. It's just you know, ISPs and sometimes Twitch itself is doesn't the connections are weird and streaks can be lost because of that. The fact that people want to come back and maintain a streak though, it means the world to me. I do appreciate it. Okay, see that 24-hour chance is solid. That's good. It's just a small buffer, but that's a decent buffer actually, which is solid. Because like 24 hours, if you don't manage to snag something within that time stance, in my opinion, then you're not maintaining a streak at that point, right? Kind of. Unless something really like big comes up, to which then don't make, obviously, you know, let the streak go. If you've got something big going on, don't, you know, it priorities. Yeah, I know that the clips count, but I don't get very many clips because I don't say things that are too funny all the time. Like sometimes I do. Sometimes, but the thing is most of the time we clip stuff, it's deaths or bugs because generally that's the stuff that gets clipped. I think there's a handful of funny things that have been clipped over time though. Like people watching my brain process stuff, or there's one that I particularly like where Noodles clips me crashing the car. Just like I was like reading chat and then I look over and then all you can see is, even like, I know tuber models don't have the most like facially recognizable you know, emotions unless you have like better face tracking. Like I can pout and such, but like, I mean, the thing is you could see my facial reaction straight through the tuber. It was like, just the movement alone it was enough to kind of give that out. Those are the kinds of things that I find that are fun. Oh, I can't see, we can't see that if it's a link, because it looks like stars to us. So it looks like this. But if you were linking the clip, like Noodles clip, I can link that really quick. There we go. Because we don't have chats fit, so you'll be able to see the link yourself. It's kind of to fool the bots. The bots don't know. Don't tell them. Well, some of them. Some of them are smart enough. Yeah, so we don't see it. Let me see. But if it's the Noodles clip, then it was this one. This one's one of my favorite clips on the that we have, because it's just, you can see it, my reaction directly through it. Where is it? How do I give you a clip? Oh, you could just whisper it to me on Twitch and I'll see a little thing there. But I think I can see that you clipped a clip, right? This one? Oop. Let's see. Yeah, there you go. Let's see. Trying to find that one. Oh, here it is. This is the one that I was talking about. There's a co-pilot vuln where you crafted. Oh, so you're just saying don't click links? That's a very big one. Yeah, just in general on the internet, don't click links. These ones are direct Twitch links, but yeah, it's definitely be careful of not clicking links. Doesn't use Copilot. Oh, I gotta go sleep. Okay. So what do you mean? Like that you don't even have to click the link anymore? The payload part after the website. And the query partition. Okay. You still have to click it though, don't you? I know that there's been things in the past though where you don't have to click them, you just open them and they cause problems and spam and all that. Thankfully not a lot of the stuff does that, but like they do it via the attachments of the images. But I would really like those kinds of things to just not be a thing. Those folks need to find the law enforcement and accidentally do it to them so that they can get caught and stop doing it. Because I remember there was one that was really funny. It was a scammer that called and they called and said they were gonna do something about reporting somebody to a sheriff's office, and they were talking to the like the sheriff, like the police chief, the person that was in charge. So it was kind of like, you're gonna report me to me? Okay. But they played it up for a bit. They were like, oh, you are you? It's like, okay. I see. You know who that is? You know who you're going to be reporting to? You know who I am? uh, it's just funny when things like that happen. Scammers need to quit it though. I'm so tired of them. Get access to the co-pilot. Yeah, no, rest in peace for that, I suppose. That's not good. Oh, I was like, why can't I? I need to make another hammer or two. How's both Hyzale and PZ? Have my hat? That is a good question. You know the correct answer is Frog, right? That is the correct answer. The correct answer is Frog. Slowly we're taking over. Silent but true. Nobody will see the Frog coming. Quietly sitting on the lily pad. Takes over the world. It's true. Frogs are awesome. But yeah, it is really cool that Frog Hat exists in so many forms. I am happy about it. Small joys, right? You gotta take your small wins when you have them. I should have a frog form model? I was thinking about doing something like that, but I was like, you know what? No. It was discussed, though, a little bit. I'm sorry, by the way. PNG tuber you can make yourself. Obviously it depends on how, like if you're an artist, but if you are an artist, you can make a PNG tuber on your own. You could also just do a PNG. So if folks want to know my journey, I started my streamer journey in 2012, like, or 2013, like around that time, right? What was it? No, it would have been 2013, 2014. Yeah, it'd be 2014. How old is my account? Hello, I don't remember. But you can just click on a person's name and see when their account was made. My account was 2012, so it would have been 2013, so it would be a year after is when I started doing Twitch stuff. I think 2013, 2014, because I had a friend push me into it, kind of thing. They said you should stream because you're interesting and stuff, and it would be cool to see your perspective. And I do very much appreciate that friend for pushing me into it, because it is something I enjoy. But at that time, I was a shy individual that, well, shy isn't the right word. Reclusive? Like I wasn't an introvert, but I was... Can you be both extroverted and not really want to deal with people? Like, is that possible? I'm an extrovert that has introvert tendencies. Because I do gain energy from others, but the thing is I don't really, like, I don't know, I'm weird, I guess. There's certain aspects of my personality that are very strange and contradictory. You found an artist that you very much love, and they... Oh, that's awesome. That's good to hear. I did hear you were getting a new PNG, and I'm looking forward to it. Boba Frog gonna upgrade. But yeah, it's called ambivert. Oh, interesting. I didn't know that it had a term. Anyways, I'm trying to remember where my train of thought was going. Yeah, so the reason why I don't like to deal with some people like is because I can overstimulate and it can cause me problems. So I need to take breaks. I like parties and I like to be around people, but gradually as my energy builds, it becomes unmanageable and I need to stop. My world starts to fall apart and I need to stop. Otherwise I will overstimulate beyond a certain point, and I need to ease it back. A very good example would be when I went to PAX. I went to PAX and I absolutely loved every second of it, but there was times where I needed to go off and be in the hotel because I couldn't. My it was too much. It was too much for me. But I do like being around everyone. I like the sense of, like, you know, like it's cool. I like that. It was cool seeing all the stuff too. There's so many cool costumes and games, and it was fun being with everyone, but yeah. Ambivert sounds like an amphibian. But yeah, it's yeah, it's good to hear that very reasonable prices. Yeah, I'm grateful that I know the artists that I know. Unfortunately, as far as I'm aware, 3 out of 4 of the artists that I work with, I need to talk with one of them, but they're or at least one, no, 2 out of 4 of the artists that I work with, don't really take commissions anymore, or they do, but they don't, right? But it's gotten worse over the years. That's unfortunate to hear. Hopefully it like, I know it doesn't get better, but you know, I hope that it doesn't hamper you, like, and that you can find peace in doing some things. Like, the technology that's coming out for games is getting more and more accessible, which is nice. That's one of the things that I really like about games, is that they're trying to include everybody. So even if you do, if you're, you know, if you have arthritis, or if you like, you'll still be able to enjoy the games that you did before, which is really awesome but yeah. Oh, here, well, shout out Boba Frog, because Boba Frog's great. Shout out Salt. I almost typed Boba Frog. That's not your name. Your name isn't Boba Frog. It's Saul. But you know, you can see why I call them Boba Frog right there. It's right there in the chat. Look! It's a Boba Frog. It is the cute. Such a cute emote, and I just imagine that's what a frog would do if they got a boba. It would be like, yes, boba. They would consume it all. Okay, let's do these 6 rocks. Oh, I was gonna give a brief journey of my years as a streamer, because I do this every once in a while. I'll give folks my journey, and you know, you guys can have an idea of how things went. But I used to play Minecraft religiously, like all the hours that I used to spend in a day were into Minecraft, and then they eventually like I used to play a few like some hours in MMOs with friends and such. So I put a little bit of time into some MMOs, right? And I joined a roleplay guild that was part of one of the MMOs, and that roleplay guild ended up getting me into League of Legends. So I played a little bit of League of Legends and a little bit of Minecraft at that time. Well, a lot of Minecraft. Anyways, I ended up taking a job in a restaurant, and in that restaurant, I did my own thing for the most part, but eventually I got to be one of the cooks, because the main cook at that time and me got to chatting, and we became friends, and through League of Legends, because that's why he used to play, and he was like really skilled at League, and that got them into Minecraft a little bit, because they, you know, we shared games, and then that's when we decided, he's like, we should stream, and I was like, okay, and so I started streaming then, kind of pushed into it, and then I liked it. He liked it as well, but he ends up that he doesn't have the time, as well as it's more, he prefers to be a viewer than to stream. He likes to play the games and such, right? And streaming them, it becomes kind of a little bit too much of a toll, right? um I have frog in my cooking hat. Yeah, back then though, I didn't really have I wasn't huge into frogs back then. Back then I well, it's not that I didn't like, I didn't pay mind to frogs really. Give me one sec. Okay, sorry, I have to make sure that I'm doing something towards the towards what we need to be doing here. Um, okay, so while I was working at that, eventually I left that restaurant, like, because I got a position somewhere else, so I was working somewhere else, um, in a field that I was not, like, I didn't really like too much. Like, I worked there for months, and it was not the best, but I did still stream. It's just my energy was taxed. I was playing mostly Minecraft at that time, and it's at that time that I realized you could switch platforms. I didn't realize that there were other options, and I got offered a partnership on another platform. So I was like, oh, okay, well, I guess I'll go over there and try that for a while. And then at that time, I was playing a lot of hardcore Minecraft, and that's what I was known for over there. So I played a lot of hardcore Minecraft, and then eventually I was gearing up to swap, like, to be able to do a little bit more variety, because I like doing variety. And Overwatch dropped, and it's at that time that that company went under because they made some poor business decisions. So they obviously, because they were trying to be like Vine, and they were like banning PC content, and it's all about the phones, and oh, it was so stupid. There's the dumbest business decisions I've ever seen in my life. And that's when I learned that CEOs and they're people, but and that they don't know what they're doing sometimes. Like, they really don't. They can make really bad decisions, like the boards and such. They don't know how their business works, and then they can kind of tank their business if they don't know what they're doing. Anyways, so that business fell, and then I had an opportunity to either come back to Twitch or go and explore other venues. So I explored other venues. I ended up in Beam/Mixer. I got partnered over there, and then I ended up being there for quite some time. Being my main content being Overwatch and a little bit of Minecraft, a little bit a bunch of other stuff, but Minecraft and Overwatch were the big two. And I played so much Overwatch at that time. It was so fun, and high levels of ELO and quality games and just enjoying people, and also getting in trouble with Blizzard. But that's a different time and a different version of myself. Um, it was fun. That was a fun time. Anyways, Beam/Mixer eventually, what happened with that is a big drama bomb dropped, and they quickly sold off. Like, they were already shoring up to sell off their company. I already seen that coming ages ago when they purchased, I don't want to say it like this, but they purchased contracts with big streamers like Ninja and Shroud and a bunch of other folks, right? That's a clear sign of shoring up your business. Like, they're getting ready to sell. They were trying to upgrade, say, oh, look at all this shiny stuff we have. You want to buy us? And so I already seen it was coming, but it kind of dropped faster because of the drama bomb that happened. It dropped faster than I expected. So yeah, it caused Mixer and /Beam to sell off to Facebook really, really quick. Then at that point in time, I was offered, well, what do I do? Do I go to Facebook? They offered me money. They were like, you can sign a contract and we'll give you flat money right now, or you can, walk. and I didn't want, like, I was like, nah. I walked immediately, and then I came back to Twitch because, well, Twitch is at this time has got much better moderation than it used to have. Back in the older times, there was really bad moderation controlling different styles of issues that came up was really not easy for the moderation staff. And it's since then there's been a much larger surge in appreciation for mods and so the moderators that keep care of the chats, mod love 100%, right? So there's like, they get the whole cool dashboard and a bunch of other stuff. So I'm really keen that that's been done. So it made Twitch a better place than it used to be. So, but I did take a year off to kind of soul search a little bit, and I nearly gave up on video games. I was very close. It's the closest I've ever come to thinking, you know what if I just 100%ed into my business instead? And yeah, but that's when I discovered, well, Project Zomboid. And Zomboid became the game that I play most, sort of. Like, still, Zomboid is my third most played game, but it took over, and I do really love Zomboid. Zomboid's a great game. We need to feed ourselves. But yeah, that's a little bit of the lore. Like, I'm leaving stuff out and I'm kind of like telling it short, but that's essentially, it's over a decade's worth of streaming. And I've had everything you can think of for overlays and everything. I used to have a big, like my overlay used to take up all the screen, and I had a little tiny box that you could see the game in, and chat was over here. And I used to have a PNG back before PNG tubers were even thought of, really. Like, I used to have a PNG that was just a, and then I did a webcam for a while. The reason why I'm a VTuber now is actually it's when I came back to streaming, I was like I didn't use my webcam, and then I decided that I should get a tuber in preparation for when I live with Emma, because Emma doesn't want to be on camera. Emma's not interested in that, not even a little bit. It's hard to get Emma to even want to be in a picture, let alone stream in front of a bunch of folks, right? So I don't mind being on camera, but I don't want to put any pressure on my partner at all. So that's the reason why I'm a tuber. Yeah, Mixer used to be Beam before it was Mixer.
You're amazing.
And I do remember the Beam days. The Beam days were fun because I got to work directly with support staff because I had a unique issue that nobody else really brought forward. So I got to know the support staff at that time directly, which was cool. I could stream, but I couldn't view streams for some reason. There was some kind of disconnect that was causing issues. I still think the Mixer's FTL technology is some of the absolute best for, like, there was no delay. Imagine being able to say something in chat and the streamer immediately talks to you, like, after you typed it. Like, the delay was like fantastic for interaction. And then also Mixer was very much a buttons oriented stream, so like you could press buttons and sort of like the Twitch chat, right, with the cheers and with the points, right? Except it was the layout was more accessible because you could just pop it out and then you could put it away. And it was meant to be accessible through like well, because it's Microsoft, it was accessible through controller support, and you could build your own stuff. It was really cool going into the back end and building your own things. Like I don't have like, dang, I don't have good programming skills, right? Like I'm not a trained programmer or anything like that. The skills that I have are self-taught and or question, like I'll ask somebody who actually knows what they're doing. But that said, is I could navigate around that, the yeah, hopefully this lore stuff doesn't get boring or anything, because it is a story that I've told before. Like it was a good time, and I enjoyed it back then. Those decisions and stuff led me to now, so I can appreciate them, even if some of them were the wrong ones. Thanks for the fireworks, by the way. Gams are one of the oldest tubers that are still used today. Yeah. That's funny. I need to make another fishing rod. Yeah, that sort of stuff was fun. Experimenting with the different layouts. And now I do a much more minimalist layout because I appreciate it more. People being able to actually see the game screen a lot more. And if I need to move my tuber, I can, or, you know, get out of the way because I'm trying to show stuff or explain things that are behind me or, you know, on the screen. I like the minimalist look more. That doesn't mean, though, that I haven't had all the styles. I've tried quite a lot. One particular, so people like can actually see their games. Yeah, but see, a lot of those things in old Twitch, it depended, right? Like, so I had, what was it? It was like the game was here, chat was here, and I had little like decal art that was on the side of the outline, right? But still, thinking back to it, it was still too small, like for people to see the game, in my mind. I didn't have that for too long, but the biggest reason why I had that in the initial was because somebody gifted it to me. They were like, I designed this for you." I was like, "Oh, okay," and I used it for a bit. And I was like, I prefer a minute. Like I told them, I was like, I appreciate that this was made, but it's like, and I'll keep it, but it's a, I appreciate a more minimalist kind of style. And then, unfortunately, I lost it in a blue screen of death. So my system blue screened, and I ended up I had saved up several months of footage and stuff from old streams, and all gone. Like terabyte worth of streams. It was like 2 months of stream content. It's just gone. Lost it in a tragic boating accident. Actually, no, what happened was I shut down my computer and I went on business for several days, right? I think it was roughly a week. And I come back and I turned on my computer, blue screen. And it was the kind of blue screen that required a boot disk. I was like, okay, well, I need a boot disk. Okay, well, that's fine. I can do that. So I created a boot disk using an external, right? But I didn't realize at the time that, so this is a user error. It was my fault that I lost all that stuff. But so I created a boot disk using an external, but I didn't expect that it would rewrite the whole external. So it wiped the external and there was nothing left. Like I tried to pull back the software using recovery software. It's just not, there's no way to get those things back. They're gone. Like, which is sad. It's sad when that happens. But so it's my fault. I like 100%, but there's not much I can do. I managed to recover some stuff though, because when I did boot up the computer, the stuff and with the boot disk, I was able to go into old Windows folder and pull back some of the things. It's just I'm mostly pictures and stuff, so I managed to get some of it back. But yeah, it was bad. I was so, the worst part about it was knowing that there was nothing that I could do to help the situation more, and that I had made it worse. So but knowing that now, if that were to ever happen again, I know the steps now. So it's like, okay. I had never been through that before. But that's the thing, is if you've not been through it, then you know, somebody has, and perhaps I should have maybe like done a consult or like message somebody. Difficult to think those things through though when they're happening. No. So I tried to restore the files via restoration software, and what had happened is it was a full rewrite, like rewrote everything, wiped it. I tried, like it was fully rewrote everything. So there's no information left. It was written over. But I did manage to get some of the stuff back from the old Windows file when the computer came back. So like, cause it basically I had to reinstall Windows. But when you reinstall Windows, sometimes there's an old Windows folder. So I went in there and I was able to get some stuff back. But I still lost like 2 months worth of stream footage that I had saved from Mixer days, which would have been lovely to have as something, a bit of a memory, because I can't get those files back. Those files are long gone. but not a big deal. You know, it is what it is. I'm not the kind of person that I held on to those for potential of maybe like doing something with them, but even if they're gone, I've lost hundreds of hours in hardcore saves. It doesn't bother me to lose those. It's just a small, like, you know, little bit of irritation, and because it's self-inflicted, that makes it worse. Because I could have at the time probably done something. But yeah, I know when files are deleted, they're not officially deleted. Like, you can often go back in and get them so long as they haven't been like rewritten over. Like, but that's what happens, is that it rewrote everything. So no luck there. Yeah, they're just marked as not existing anymore, and but there's residual that's still left behind. The only way that residual can be removed is if things are penned over it. Basically, yeah, you'd have to, and I did try to go back in and look for everything. Like, I was used the recovery software. I went back into into everything, and no. Otherwise, I would have the stuff back, right? Because I did try. There were some documents I would have liked to retrieve, but no, no luck. Documents, some pictures, and then also my old streams, if I could have got a couple of them. Yeah. Well, I was just looking for anything, literally anything with the recovery software, and it's just like, it couldn't bring anything back. I can't remember what I used, but I don't think it was called Recuva. It was called something else. It was recommended though by a friend. Yeah, people multi-stream to YouTube. I just upload my VODs to YouTube, and then I choose which ones I want to activate gradually. So right now I'm slowly uploading the Rat Race playthrough. We're about 60 episodes in, something like that. But I do one a day, kind of gradually, and because I like to have them to have nice thumbnails and stuff in my VODs channel. My VODs channel is getting a lot of love. My in terms of like that I'm actually paying some attention to it. My main YouTube channel is dormant, and I still don't know what I want to do with it. Right? I was thinking doing VODs or like, not VODs, like vlogs or something, but it's like, I don't know. It's hard to commit because YouTube is such a different beast than Twitch is. They're both unique in their own respects, but I find that YouTube is a lot more, it's more scripted, it's more focused, it's got a lot more. Yeah, I could do PZ tips and tricks. I was thinking of doing like guides and shorts, yeah, funny moments. It could. And I've had a few folks reach out to me about wanting to edit my VODs, but the reason why I'm a little bit hesitant is because some of them's come across as scammy. Like, it's like, I don't know, right? The way that they're approaching me, it's I'd if they like, I don't know. And Emma told me I should be careful as well, so it's like, yeah, I am trying my best. Plus, I don't want things to be like, because there's, I don't know. It's hard, right? Finding the right people sometimes. But I'll get into it more specifically this year as my plan. I want to be at peace and moved in with Emma before I really start getting into it deep. And then I'll try my best. Yeah, PZ tips and tricks wouldn't be a bad one. I was thinking about doing a guide for 42 once it hits stable. You're like, here's how you do blacksmithing. Here's how you camp in the wilderness. Your day one camping guide. That'd be kind of fun. You don't need loot to survive in the apocalypse. Blacksmithing 101. Yeah, 0 to hero, camping, population, times 16, no loot. So here's where you go in a times 16 playthrough when you have helicopters constantly chasing you and, you know, the zombies just won't quit. And then here's what you need to do. And assessing your surroundings. And, you know, it'll be a lot of, like, basic stuff, but also, you know, there'd be some advanced tips in there, too. I'd throw in some of the cool stuff. Because I know how to do quite a lot of that, the fancy tech, but it's just, because I do fast shamblers, not a lot of it is necessary. And you don't really need to. Some of it comes with great risk. Stretch. That was some Yoda tips. To know Zomboid is to know yourself. Look deep inside yourself. Understand. Well, philosophical with it. Find peace in your own self. Zen mentality, yin and yang. Be the zombie. Know the zombie. Fun frog facts. Did you know that in Project Zomboid, frogs used to be labeled as food? And then in 42, they actually got their own classification. They are no longer food. They are actually now frogs. They got their own classification that's separate. See? Frog. It's not food anymore. Frogs are friends, not food. See? And I am thankful that they did not add freshness to imply that the frogs are dead the second you pick them up. If they did that, I would mod it out. Like, I don't want to... I wouldn't want that to happen. They're not dead. They're alive. They're my friends. I would cry. No, I don't want them to have freshness. I would cry. Like, actually. And then I would, like, petition to change it back. A lot of sticks and stones. Yeah. The camping experience in Project Zomboid is a lot of like sticks, stones, branches, like large branches, lots of stuff. That's it for that. I'm gonna have to get more tea here in a bit. Time to open a rat farm. Rats are actually not good eating in the apocalypse, to be honest. Which shouldn't come as a surprise. They don't really have a whole lot of meat on them to begin with, and, well, I mean, some of them are really, like, they're really cute with the way they are sometimes. Earless rabbits. I feel like rats and mice are smarter than rabbits. Because they actually can solve things. Rabbits, I don't know if I've ever heard of rabbits solving things. Outside of the Looney Tunes. Apparently hamsters are one of the dumbest animals, though, in terms of memory. Yeah, fair amounts of large litters. Even in Project Zomboid, they give birth quite a lot. They have a short cooldown on their reproductive cycle. That's why you can go from, you know, a handful of rabbits to suddenly a ton. I'm not getting lucky with fishing at the moment, but the temperature's going up, so there is a chance that we'll reach a point where it's good temp. Rabbit apocalypse. Or against a very hungry cat, but that's predator versus prey. Cats were built to hunt the prey animals, right? You got to compare like a rabbit to something else that's like not, it's like prey. What's a good prey animal that we can compare rabbits to? Squirrels. That's a good one. Foxes? No, foxes are prey. Foxes you compare to cats, I think. Or they're predators, I mean. They're smaller predators, but they're like cats, kind of. Just like you would compare a mountain lion to a wolf, kind of. They're similar-ish. More like you compare a moose to a bear. You know, those are similar-ish. At least that if you're gonna compare things. I still think that comparing things like that is weird, but you know, people like to do that for some reason. Could you imagine if they added bears to PZ? Oh my goodness. They would never add zombie bears, but I could see them adding regular wildlife like that. No, they wouldn't do zombie bears because they've already said that they're not doing zombie animals. It was in one of their postings a long time ago that the Nox virus will not affect animals. It also doesn't affect children. So the Nox virus infects any adult that's above the age of 27. So if you're older than 27, you can become a zombie. But if you're under 27, it just kills you. Like there is something in the body that apparently can't handle it, and that's lore based. Because the main character in Project Zomboid is 27 years old to start. Let's get some more rocks. Bears will come back, but it'll take a while. Well, we also got to think of the time frame. This is the 90s, right? So it would really depend. And then also, what about the Nox virus, right? Even if an animal is unaffected by it, well, the Nox virus has now affected people, and now people are not going to be located in the same place that they were before, so there may be more temptation to move towards it, right? Because there are not people there hampering the ability to be in that area and breed. So we'd have to see. It certainly would be an interesting timeline. That said, though, we also have to remember that Project Zomboid is a video game, and as a result, you know, and it's a fantasy scenario. So, you know, we got to suspend some disbelief in that as well. Yeah, and I do agree, yeah, wolves would come back first. You'd get your pests first, though. Like, so, like, rodents, you know, bugs. They would start, and then nature. Nature comes back first. Nature would start claiming everything. You would see trees start over, because nobody's taking care of it anymore. So trees would start to just, and vines, and you know the whole 10 years later mod? That. That would happen. Even like a couple of years, it would already, nature would be encroaching and taking back everything. Yeah. Oh, I left my bag behind. I'm gonna run back and grab it. I don't need it, but it's nice to have. Got my food in it. It wins. Nature doesn't know winning, it just knows that it needs to keep going. Well, it's just like water, right? A river will eventually erode things, it's just how it is, right? With enough time. $23. Yeah, water is like one of the more powerful of things. This is really strong. Unstoppable force, right? Okay, I'm gonna take a couple of minutes though to BRB and make myself some more tea. So I will be right back, and then we will continue. We're actually almost at the point where, oh, it's Frog. Hey, Frog. I'm still gonna BRB, but here we'll welcome in Frog. Hopefully, you'll have a you had a good stream. I am totally gonna run away. You can't stop me. It's self-care. It's important. I need tea to function, otherwise my brain stops. But I will wave at the frogs because I do really like them. Hopefully you had a fun time, Frog. How goes your stoof? What were you up to? It says you're playing My Winter Car. I know you do that War Thunder game. I don't fully understand that one myself watching it, but it is interesting. But I know it said probably My Winter Car. Your brain stopped a while ago. That happens sometimes. Mine functions on tea. So if I have enough tea, I can continue to function. But yes, thank you very much for the frog raid. I do appreciate. Yeah, so you're doing My Winter Car. See, I would like to do those kinds of games, but I don't understand the workings of an engine, so it becomes like I would have to follow some kind of like guide or something. You have no clue what War Thunder is. You're just a watcher, so you're not alone. Yeah, so I've watched Rogue play War Thunder a little bit. It's definitely one of those weird
You're amazing
like games, but it's still kind of neat. And you seem very happy when you're playing it, so yeah. But yes, I am currently playing Project Zomboid. We're doing a little bit of a challenge. I can show you guys a little thing, and I can do my brief little intro while I type these things out. Okay, there we go. And here I'll do my little intro. When the intro thing works. My bad. Give me 1 sec. And then I'll do a brief BRB. Come on. Sorry, programs, right? But yeah, Project Zomboid is a survival zombie game. If you don't know what it is, if you do know what it is, it can be quite brutal. And I've got it set to fairly difficult settings. It's not maxed out because we're playing a scaling difficulty, so it's going to get harder and harder and harder over time. But that said, our zombies are cognitive, so they open doors and windows. They it's times 16, so that's maximum pop. And then there's often helicopters as well, as a few other things to make it tough. We've had, I think, 12 helicopters. We're due for another one soon. Anyways, so I'll do my little intro. Hello and welcome. My name is Allison and I go on adventures. I enjoy tea, music, and challenging video games. I love my partner Emma, and I love frogs. My pronouns are she, her, and generally I'm pretty content. It's nice to meet the new people, and if you are returning, welcome back. Let us continue our adventure wherever it may take us. Highs and lows, ebbs and flows. We're in it together. Peace. All right, so I'm gonna go get tea. I'll be right back. You guys can enjoy that. This is so uncanny. Expected a video. I mean, it kind of is. Fun fact about that is I actually have to talk out loud for it, but because it takes a little pressure off of me if it's the same every time. So that's why I have an intro. It's a anxiety reducing that I can introduce myself in sort of the same ish way every time. Yeah. Anyways, okay, you guys can enjoy BRB. Okay. We're almost leveled up. Level 7 fishing will be really, really useful. Good morning. Because the fishing, we're nearly level 7 fishing, which I'll be hopefully we'll see that we get the ability to disassemble fishing traps, and then once we can disassemble fishing traps, we will be able to make fishing traps, and when I can make fishing traps, we won't have to fish anymore. At least I hope that that's how it's gonna go. And then because fishing traps are, you load them with chum, and then that's it. That's all, the only requirement is that you have sand to make chum. I mean, we will still fish every once in a while if we want to, like, but we won't have to anymore. It's not like it's a bad thing that we're fishing, though. Like, I mean, I don't mind fishing. I like the mini game. I just wish there was more value in it over the whole, like the whole. Which, I mean, if you were to look at this, we've incurred thousands of calories worth of fish. I mean, it does have value. It's just not even close to what it was before, right? But that's, you know, today you're clay hunting, look for spots like these and make sure you have a burlap sack. You'll find tons of spots like these. They're all over the place. This is clay. Then all you have to do is, if you have a burlap sack, you can just right click and take some. And then you just right click on the sack and then you can pull out 8 clay. Super useful. Yeah, so if you see spots like these are clay. Even this right here, you see in the grass down there? I think that's clay. I'd have to double check. But sometimes this is clay. Sometimes it's dirt though. They added these nodes in because people were complaining about not getting clay very often, and they also increased the value of clay yields in foraging. So now if you want clay, you get a ton. If you're looking for clay, use the stone foraging focus. Because the stone foraging focus is where clay is. Hello. But they're not collectible. You need a burlap sack and a spade. So make a wooden spade with a large tree branch, and a burlap sack is creatable through a loom. You take dogbane hemp and weave it into burlap, and then you sew the burlap into a burlap sack using thread that you get from rags. And yeah, that might be the problem. Yeah, it's not hard to make a burlap sack though. You can do it. That's if you choose to not find one. They're everywhere. Animal feed, if the animals are eating it, will turn into a burlap sack. You can also find them in construction sites, garden sheds. They're in lots of places. The backs of vehicles can sometimes have them. You got some patches. So wait, so you have some burlap already? You just need thread and then a little bit of tailoring. And if you don't have a needle, you can carve one out of bone. Yeah. Here we use IKEA bags instead of the sacks. That's fair. Not yet, though. Eventually, maybe. I'm looking forward to being in Sweden, actually. Like, it's nice there. When I was there, the coldest it got was still cold for me, but it's like, it was like only like 1 day of cold. And then the rest of the year, it's like nice. I'm looking forward to that. Because I live in the frozen north, like... It's so beautiful over there. Yeah. I've visited several times. And every time I've gone, it's been wonderful. I really like Emma's family, and I really like everything that's there. And I'm looking forward to that being life. Not that my life here hasn't been okay. I'm content where I am. If I were to have to stay here, it's just, it's not with Emma, so it's not what I want. And I'm very much a kind of person that if I want something, I will go and achieve whatever it is I want. To the best of my ability. The regular bag material breaks easy, yeah. You need something that's durable if you're going to work on a farm. And that's what burlap is. Burlap is durable. It's hardy material. Yeah. I usually for that sort of stuff you'd want to bring rope or something. Are you allowed to bring your own rope? Some places would frown on that. They'd see it as disrespect, you know? That sounds like milk. It's like milk is done that way. You leave the bottle out and you get a full thing of milk, and you're only paying for the milk because the bottles are getting returned. We don't do that stuff here, of course, but I've heard of it. I've heard of that sort of system. Here, milk comes in two forms. Milk comes in cartons and milk comes in bags. Bags are usually for bulk, though. They're not usually used by like residents. Usually residents get cartons, at least here. You've never seen a bag of milk? Yeah, bags of milk are common for commercials. Like, I mean, you get a lot more milk that way, and it's cheaper. You can buy it in bulk. And then you just put it in a dispenser. It's often it's common in bars, like especially you just put the milk in the machine. It keeps it cold, and then it's like a push button thing. And it dispenses the milk for you know, for drink mixes. You've never seen it in Belgium? Oh, I see. It's not very common in some places either. I mean, people may or I think the folks in the States were making fun of Canada for it a little bit, but I mean, it kind of makes sense. But then again, it's one of the like Canadians do get quite made fun of, unfortunately. It's because we'll take it with a smile, though. I think it's just like we're it's fine, whatever. Yeah, I guess we kind of do say that stuff sometimes, or we have stuff that's that way, right? The good wood. I still like Americans though. Americans are cool. I know so many good Americans. They're just such good people and fun to hang out with. Just because there's quite a few dummies over there doesn't mean that the good folks can't be, then, let's appreciate the smart folks, the people that are great. Let's not bunch them in with the other Americans. They don't deserve it. And they're probably, they're proud to be American too, just like I would be proud to be Canadian. The national pride and all that. Don't fully, not fully there, I guess, for me, because it's like, countries are kind of just weird labels. But, eh. Read it says, how do you and there was sweet military gear. Found says I got a small building and an entrance, and somehow I hit them through the wall. The security ones like the gun store, but I couldn't hit them through the fence, only those walls. Do you know if that's a mod bug or if it's a bug in the game itself? Was one of the walls burnt in that building? Just out of curiosity. It sounds like that building was damaged. Okay, so there was no damage in the building. Which building was it? You said Brandenburg's Army Checkpoint. The small building at the entrance. Did it have any windows? Does that one have windows? I need to look at it. 1 second. I'm gonna pull up the Z map and have a peek. B42 and no, the security booth. Okay, I figured that's what you meant. That's why I'm like, there's no windows in that one, is what my brain was saying. But it's like, but what if it's one of those other ones that has a bunch of windows on the sides? Let me have a look. Brandenburg security checkpoint, which is on this side here, the one with the bridge, right? It has one window that's like barred off. Is the building that I'm thinking of, right? The security booth in the front. It has 3 doors, 1 window, and then a bunch. Or no, sorry, it has 3 windows, 3 doors. And the windows are the type that the zombies can't break. Like they're the indestructible ones. Am I thinking of the right building? And you couldn't attack them. You attack them through the wall, but not through the window. Yeah, that sounds like a buggy interaction to me, but if you had a clip, I'd have a look. But yeah. Do you have a clip of it? Oh, you were attacking them through the window? Yeah, those windows are indestructible. So what happened is they broke the window portion, but they didn't break the bar portion, so you're able to hit them through it. I think that can work. But it still is a weird thing to happen. A little bit. Yeah, it sounds to me like they broke the window part of it. Okay, so that makes a little more sense. Yeah. So was the window part broken? The bar part wouldn't have been. But did they smash the window? They aggroed on you. Yeah, that's normal. They're gonna aggro on you, but those windows are indestructible. They're like the prison. They're like the prison. Were you only able to use certain weapons? Yeah, I think that's cool. Nordic cooperation. I think you'd be able to go and get to Canada at some point too, because Canada has good relations with a lot of the Nordic countries. It would take a little doing though. Not that I'm suggesting you go to Canada. Canada is weird in its own way. I don't dislike it here. I think it's fine. It's just that it's not where my partner is. So very simply, I don't want to be there. Used a fiber wire and the aiming was janky. Interesting. So they lost their collision for some reason. Not the way things are going down here. That's unfortunate. There probably is some ways to go. It just depends. You can make anything happen if you really want to. You couldn't see too many Zeds. It sounds to me like they broke the window and that the window itself, while still barred off, still lost its collision. So that doesn't sound, that sounds like a buggy interaction to me, but at the end of the day, if you were able to kill the zombies and not have to, like, not worry too much about it, then that's okay. I would somehow try to not let the zombies go in there, though. That sounds like it could be a problem. The reason why I think it could be a problem is if you can attack them, sometimes the zombies can attack you. So be careful, okay? That's what I mean is that because I've seen the zombies do the teleport to player and attack. Like that's scary when they do that kind of thing. Like straight through, go through a window, a wall, and just be like, "Yep, I'm here now." So yeah, be careful. Yeah, that's some things that you have to really watch out for in 45% taxes. Is your country like super extra safe then? With the government taxing that hard? That, yeesh. There's got to be a reason. Wahahaha. You got super rich politicians. Do they wave at you from like their gold-plated vehicles? They're spending all that tax money on not repairing the roads. Oh my goodness, isn't that the truth for everything though? Ah. That's why I didn't get into politics. I had a thought that I was gonna get into politics at one point. I may have. I was like, and then I started reading all of the books and the like. It just no, just no. I'm gonna lose my sanity and like it's gonna make me sad if I do this. Yeah, that sounds brutal. It happens in a lot of countries though as well. If you pay very close attention to taxes, though, they they will dip extra, and then they'll throw small amounts to please folks. Like that's a common strategy here. Like I've noticed easily. It's the taxes dip on the consumer, they dip on the property, they dip on the shipping, they dip on everything, right? So at the end of the day, if you really net it out, it's like times 4 times 6 taxes, and then they throw small stipends out to everyone so that everyone's still happy. I see what they're doing. Am I going to say no to the stipends that they offer, though? Probably not. So long as I'm still within that tax bracket to accept said stipends, I will accept them. Yeah. What you're getting in return. Sometimes you get some things. Sometimes you get nothing, depending. Like, I mean, depending on where you are. I suppose apparently in Belgium, that sounds terrible. I'm sorry for people in Belgium then. Hopefully that situation improves. Maybe there's a reason for it though. I know that there was one country that actually got out of its national debt, like completely, and they're actually not in debt, which is crazy to think about. I think it's Turkey. Can't remember. Everybody else is in debt. Even if you took all the gold in the world right now, it wouldn't even pay off a third of, like, for example, like America's debt. All of the gold in the world. Not enough to pay off America's debt. That's a lot of gold. That's a lot of debt. That is normal though, I guess. I can't wait to get to this next level of fishing. I'm super stoked. Do you know why the B is silent in debt? It's to pay. It's to pay for the whole word. So it stays silent. That's not true, by the way. It's just funny to think that way. That's crazy. It sound like family heirlooms. Yeah, heirlooms and antiques are some things that are very... There's a lot that goes around those. That's one of my concerns in going to the EU is the whole permits thing. So I want to make sure I'm following the rules. Hey, it's Random Planet. Hopefully you're at a good stream. I'm having a good stream. It's going really well. We're making progress. I'm about to level up fishing. Hopefully you're having a good one though. Congrats on your YouTube stuff as well. I'm glad that you're having a good time there. Also, if you need self-care, make sure to take care of yourself. Very important. You can't find the last two tailoring books? I mean, you'll get them eventually. Don't worry. Hey there. In a couple of months trying to get back into the hang of things? Ah, I see. Nifty. Good to hear. You've been doing the YouTubes though, haven't you? I'm pretty sure. You were doing YouTube last I seen. Perhaps I'm out of touch. Okay, I need to cook the fish. Finding carving too? I wouldn't even bother. Carving, you don't need to find carving 1 through 6. Or sorry, one through 3. You just need it's not necessary because leveling carving is so easy at that point. So you, if you have took a skill point in it, even if you didn't, the first 6 levels are not that hard. It's when you get to levels 4, or volume 4 and volume 5 is when you're gonna want books. You didn't feel like carving? Okay, well if you don't like it, that's different. I don't like carpentry, so I can relate. Carpentry is an easy skill to level, but I'm not keen on it. And if I can get the books, I will totally get the books. It's my carpentry is my least favorite skill. That is useful, because I will admit it's useful skill. It's just it's not one that I like. Yeah, they're cultural artifacts at that point. They become heirlooms and antiques is what they're covered under. And there's some very strict rules about that stuff from what I remember. You got 7 to 8 carpentry just flat. Yeah, I still don't like doing that though. Yeah, YouTube videos do take a bit more effort than Twitch streaming, because like you can just, it's not that they take more effort, it's that they take different kinds of effort. Because when you're streaming on Twitch, it's live, and you know it's off the cuff, right? So it's a little bit more direct. Meanwhile, when you're doing a YouTube stream, I get wrapped up in the fact that you can edit it. So you can change it, you can adjust it, you can make it exactly what you want. And that's the part that slows me down is when I'm doing YouTube content. Like even doing my intro thing, my intro, it took me over 150 takes to get that the way that I wanted it, because it's a recorded thing. And even now, there's still parts of it that I'm not keen on particularly, because it's not, there we go. It's it still comes out kind of flat a little, and I know that. But even like I recently recorded the rat race closer, like the ending to my rat race playthrough, and that one took me like 50 takes to do, because it's just it's so like I want it to be a certain way, right? And you have the opportunity when it's in YouTube to do that. You can go back and fix the footage. You can adjust things. You can make it any which way you want. And that's bad for someone like me, because I get wrapped up in that instead of just hitting send and, you know, adjusting it to the amount that is good enough. No, I want it to be specific. Yeah. Streams can be tiring, yeah, especially depends on length, right? Because some people have the energy to go for a ridiculous amount of time, and some people don't. Some people, they need to wrap it up, you know, within a few hours, and there's nothing wrong with that. Yeah, I'm a perfectionist. I mean, somewhat, but not exactly. Like, I will let it, like, things be flawed, because I know that flaws are what make things beautiful. But that said, yeah, wanting things a specific way. Also, if you need self-care, make sure you go get some rest. I understand that you do need rest. So, if you've been streaming. Yeah, you can, you know, you can hang and stuff if you want to. I'm not kicking you out. It's just, yeah, I'm well aware that we can be that way sometimes. How are they not green? Because the original design of my glasses were the 3 colors in Project Zomboid. So the original 3 glasses are blue, black, and red. That's the 3 colors we got. We didn't have any choices. That was it. So that's why my glasses are those colors. I do have plans to add some other colors to stuff in the future. We'll see as time goes on. You know, because there are new cat eye glasses in PZ that have a bunch of colors. I don't know if green is available, but you know, I may consider adding green because I really have been liking the color green more and more. I wonder why. Yeah, no, I know. I know that you have some issues, and I want to make sure you're okay. But also, like you can push yourself if you want to, you know, because I sometimes we're like that. We like to do things just because we like to, and I wouldn't want to tell someone, you know, because I can't assume your limitations. That'd be silly. I'm not you. But yes, I do care. Green for the win, because it suits me. Yeah. I like green. Let's have a nap really quick, and then we're so close to the next level of fishing. I've been pushing it. I've been pushing it because when I found out that fishing may give me that one recipe, it's like I just want that finished so that we can move on. Yeah, live streams have this power of just this wonderful interaction that can exist where you get to talk with somebody and they're there and they're listening. It's one of the reasons why I like the FTL streaming so much more than the delayed stream. And I kind of wish that carried over to Twitch, but yeah. FTL streaming was a type of streaming that existed where there was no delay. None. Like 0.1 second delay. Means you type something in chat and the streamer can respond instantly. It was such a cool system. I'd love to see that have been brought over to Twitch. Useful for not as useful for competitive gaming outside of tournaments, I guess, but yeah. Yeah, they have a therapeutic like group effect where you can just kind of like you can vent for a little while and it's fine. People are there. They'll you know, and they'll vent a little bit too. It doesn't need to be a drama bomb stream, but it can be like a, you know, like you said, therapeutic. You can feel at ease with your peers because there are people that are going through sometimes as hard of a time as you are, sometimes not as hard a time as you, and sometimes a harder time than you. It just depends. And it's nice to know that there are people there that understand. You know, they're there for you. Some years are tougher on folks than other years. And it's hard sometimes. It's hard to... Life is hard. You know, built in. That's just... Yeah. Good mentals. And me, I don't have very many disabilities, but you know, I can feel for those that do. That's why I like to do a lot of the charity stream stuff that we do, is because we're helping people. We help folks, whether it be special effects or, you know, Children's Miracle Health or Doctors Without Borders. It's good to help people. Doesn't mean that I'm perfect though. I do have my own disorders. And some of them combo in bad ways, but they're not as hampering as some other folks, and I'm thankful for that. So it doesn't mean that it's impossible though, because you never know. Maybe tomorrow I'm going to be one of the folks that's not able to game quite so well anymore, right? If that were to ever happen, I'd hope that there are folks that can help me as well. Yeah, enjoy your walk. It's good for yeah, it's good stretching. And the EU boxed Bible expert. See, that's the thing though, is they can't. There's ways around a lot of bureaucratic systems. So even if they were to try, like there are ways to get that transported. But it would probably be very expensive, or alternatively, you'd have somebody else to have to do the expenses. Like if somebody were to buy the Bible, sort of thing. But it depends. Like a 100-year-old Bible, that's be very difficult. Oh, you're gonna prestige, nice. So then you get to join the ranks of the 2-stars. No 3-stars yet, though. We don't have any 3-star prestiges yet. I'm sure there's some folks that are gearing up for their 3rd star, though. That's my big button in Coast, folks. So we have a big button that is Prestige VIP, and if you push it once, you get VIP. But if you push it twice, you get so you push it again, you already have VIP. You get a star, and then so on and so forth. You can earn as many stars as you want. It was my idea for a big button. And even if I ran out of VIP slots, which is inevitable, I still have quite a lot of VIP slots actually, but if I were to ever run out of VIP slots, I would still recognize someone as a VIP if they push the VIP button. Because, you know, although they wouldn't have the direct chat access of a VIP, they would actually have that access directly through me. I would give them the access. So if like they wanted to post a link or something, they could send me the link and I would post it. Because VIPs get that sort of special-ishness. But they also get a couple other benefits. That seems kind of cool. That seems like if you were to sell that, it would be worth quite a lot. Not that you would ever want to. A family heirloom like that is not one that you would want to sell. That one stays in the family, usually. But that would be worth quite a bit. An 150-year-old Bible with, like, signed by the original folks. Yeah, that sounds... That does certainly sound like something that would be... Yep, we just auto-learned the dismantle fishing trap recipe. So that's hype. Enjoy your lurk. Oh, there's another helicopter. Actually, you know what? Just so that I'm not confused. Yeah, I can make charcoal whenever I want. Wherever I want. All over the place. In a line if I want to. I can make charcoal if I want to. What's the actual purpose? They are a wall. One pass. Two passes. Three passes. Three passes. Walls that aren't walls. So enemies won't attack them? No, the enemies will attack these walls. Those walls are meant to slow down the enemy. They'll still attack them. But that gives me time to react. Because time in Zomboid is something that's special. Everything in Zomboid takes time. Even killing massive hordes, which I can do, and we will do soon. Like, I'm gearing up to do it, actually. The first thing that we're going to be doing is gearing up to kill West Point. So, like, the whole town. And then we're going to take it down. And then we'll move in there. And then I'm going to go for Valley Station next after that. Yeah, time is a currency in Zomboid. What is it so that zombies attack everything that gets in their way? If not part of the original blueprint. Yes, but no. So now they've recently added it in that the zombies will attack the two high fences. So most of them, not all of them, but most of them. So like they're slowly, the zombies are becoming more and more vandals as time goes on. So, but yeah, so and things can become player made if you interact with it. So like, for example, if I were to pick up a TV or something and put it back down, then it becomes a player interacted structure, which will then be able to be attacked by the zombies. Fun fact though, because it's a static structure, you can actually use that to prevent respawns. What I mean by that is the sadistic AI director, the way that the respawns work is that if it has a path into the area, it will respawn zombies at the edge of the player's loaded zone, right? So the way you can prevent that is by having structures all the way around. So because the sadistic AI director cannot respawn zombies indoors. That is one of its things. It doesn't respawn zombies inside. The zombies can respawn outside and walk inside, but they can't. And in order to walk inside, they actually need the player nearby, because if the player is not nearby, they don't have animations, which means they can't walk through doors, they can't go through windows, they can't do anything. They are essentially just floating bits of code. And if they decide to walk towards a building, if there's room to go onto the other side of the building, they'll do this weird teleporty thing around the building, but they won't actually go inside. Not without the player around to give them form. It doesn't mean you won't get impatient about it. Slow Reader's a good one, though. Because once you've read all the books, then Slow Reader only becomes an antidepressant cure. Morning. Right? Because if your skills are maxed out, like both fast learner and, you know, the reader traits lose their value. Slow reader at least has a value. Like, I mean, at least you can still read books. So you're not like, so you can still do the stress relief and the happiness from the comics and stuff. But actually, even with illiterate, you can still gain happiness with comics. And now with all the auto-learn recipes, arguably, illiterate is in a better place than it's ever been. Okay, so what am I doing exactly? I need to get refocused. And now we can make fishing nets. Are you digging claustrophobia? No boredom? Yeah, it's fine. Claustrophobia has its benefits. It does have weaknesses, though, as well. It kind of limits some of your sleeping locations in the early game. But sometimes you can only get into those tiny bedrooms, and, well, you can't sleep in them. So, by limiting the early game, I feel it's worth its points value. Late game, though, it doesn't matter anymore. But yeah, you don't get bored inside. That's kind of like... The only times you'll get bored is if you're fast-forwarding outside. Yeah, booze or sleeping pills. That's because booze and sleeping pills are the same thing. You don't want to double dip. Right? Yeah, it does make you sleepy. And it... Wait, what? Booze makes you allowed to sleep with pain and it makes you sleepy. What do you mean? Booze in this game is a cure-all. It does all of that. It is the everything. It includes... It's antidepressants, too. It actually cures your sadness. Yeah, it does all the things. It cures pain, sleep, sickness... sorry. It cures pain... Booze is a cure-all in Project Zomboid. Yeah, it cures all. It cures sadness, anxiety, sleep. It makes you sleepy, and it makes pain go away. Yeah, it's a cure-all. That's why you don't take the cure-all with the sleeping pills. Is because it's a double dip. You don't need to double dip. The sleeping or the booze will put you to sleep. It takes a little bit to activate, but so do sleeping pills. They both take time to activate. There we go. All right, we're gonna go out and fight tomorrow. I got 2 short bats. How's our weight? Uh, 5 more days and we spin the wheel for difficulty. And part of me really wants pinpoint hearing, but like I said, I need to stick with this and be as like do the way that it's supposed to. Okay. We'll have a look on the outward edge of the charcoal pit, and then we'll head out. All right, we're good. Okay. Hmm? Oh yeah, I think that those giving you happiness is good. If you have animals, they should give you happiness. If you pet an animal in reality, it lowers your heart rate and actually is very, like, it is a stress reducing thing. Unless you're allergic to that animal, I guess. And I'm thinking that you might have some stressful reactions. I don't know if that's something that they'll add in eventually. Allergies into Project Zomboid. That'd be hilarious. Just walk near a sheep, start sneezing. But yeah, no, that is a thing. You can pet animals as an antidepressant as well. I still think that there should be a aspiration style reverse as well. I would like them to make unhappiness worse, but give us happiness as well, so that we can have aspiration. So if we're treating our sim correctly, like, you know, we're taking care of them, that we maybe get like little bonuses. That would be kind of cool. To have the green moodles actually exist instead of, no offense to the stuffed moodle, but the green moodles don't really exist. The stuffed moodle lasts for like less than an in-game hour. It is basically a I'm trying to save my life heal, where you just sort of stuff yourself with food to counter health loss. It's not really used for its primary function, which is it actually gives you +1 strength. So you can actually kind of have 11 strength in Zomboid. But the thing is I would love there to be green moodles that are the opposite of the red moodles, and that they last for a little bit. That we can gain little buffs for taking care of our sim, and or maybe even there would be food specific buffs for sort of like a Valheim or a Vintage Story, where if you eat certain things, your character is like better in certain areas, right? kind of make the nutritional system have value instead of it just being a calorie like game, which is what it is right now. It's like, I need to gain calories, I need to lose calories. I mean, the system could have so much more depth than just be calories. There's room for growth there, right? Come out of there, the zombies. But anyways, I've ranted about calories many, many, many times. I don't want people to get bored with that conversation. But if anybody hasn't heard it, it's essentially that my opinion of the calorie system in Project Zomboid is that caloric foods are the main foods, and every other food is fluff. They don't exist as something of value. They're just bonuses that exist in the game for almost no purpose, other than to aesthetically be different. That's all the candies, as much as they're cool and I like them, they're useless. Things like crackers, useless. Right? -1 hunger, no caloric value, it might as well just not exist. That said, I like them aesthetically and enjoy that they're in the game, but if you could have like soup and crackers and it like give the soup a bigger bonus, right? If you combine those two, right? Or if you were to do stuff like that, like you're eating candy, okay, well, in your character, like maybe the candy gives you a brief sugar bonus that gives you more stamina, but then after like maybe a day, your character gets a little bit more tired faster the next day, right? Stuff like that. Little interactions like that could exist in the game's food system. Of course, it would be a pain in the ass to code, and I understand that. And it would also take this extra thought process behind it of, okay, well, how can we balance this in a game sense? But yeah, I would love I would love aspirations and there to be other things. Like maybe if you drank a lot of water, maybe your character doesn't need to drink water for a while. You're hydrated, you're good, right? You have hydration. Same for hunger. Like you maybe you don't need to eat for a little while because your character's full. Like, and it lasts for a while. Same for panic. There should be a relaxed state as well. If you've got panic, there should be, okay, I'm relaxed. I feel at ease. You know, sort of like Lifestyles does with its comfort system. And I feel like that like leaning more towards The Sims, in order to get up promotions in The Sims, you need to take really good care of your sim so that they are in a good state to get promoted. I feel like that could be like translated to Zomboid in a good way and add some positivity. You like the moment when sodas were ridiculous? Yeah, that got patched out because that was kind of... They still give a little bit, and if you find caffeine pills, those are still good. But the no sleep... a lot of folks don't know, but you can actually shut sleep off in the sandbox options. You can also... a lot of things can be edited in the sandbox options. If you don't like sleep, you could just shut it off. Make it optional. Like multiplayer is right now. Yeah, a lot of that stuff is customizable, and I appreciate that aspect of it, that not everything is in the base game. But you could do the same thing with the aspiration system. You could put it on a toggle. If people don't want to have aspirations, then they don't have to have them. You know, because there's some people that just like to suffer in this game, and that's true. Like, I mean, that they enjoy their suffering. I'm kind of one of those people to a degree. Because I play, you know, times 16 marathon style. Let's drop off some stuff at base camp. And we want to drop off watches. Gold ring. You like that they had more interactions with food buffs? They just removed fatigue and they gave you hunger back. So like they just made needs not necessary, which I felt was not a good place for the game to be because it implemented a butter soda meta that I didn't like. I still don't like butter. I'm still not keen on it. I used butter in my last playthrough, but I still don't like it. But then again, it stems from me thinking that the calorie system itself is broken, and that in a sense that the calorie system is to blame, not specifically butter itself. I think that a fix for butter could be give it the same malu as flour. Like you can't eat flour anymore or chickpeas. Like they or beans. They took that ability away and they made it so that you have to put that into soups. Right? You can't just, and you have to cook with the flour. You have to like put it into cakes and stuff. You can't just eat the flour, right? I think if they put that into butter, like that you can put butter into salads or put butter into meals, that would be better, right? That exists, and I think that that's not a bad way to do it. Like to give it the ability to go into meals, but take away its base. Like I'm gonna eat this stick of butter by itself. Because while that's easier, I feel like it kind of gives characters more priority to try to find a bowl or try to find a cooking pot, you know? Yeah, because you can just kind of cure the unhappiness immediately. Even in my current state, I can cure the unhappiness fairly quickly by just watching and eating it out of a bowl that has, like, eating like a couple of berries out of a bowl, right? Without books, without anything. Just the process of having this is enough to nullify any debuffs that I would get in terms of unhappiness. Some folks don't even deal with it. They don't even care that they have their action speed slowed. I know a handful of folks that just play the game in constant sadness. And that's their normal interaction speed is in maximum unhappiness. There's nothing wrong with that. That's the way they like to play. So like I mean, but still it shows that the debuff is not irrelevant. Though they have made it slightly worse. Gradually they're making it worse. So maybe they will make it worse, and maybe they will add in positive stuff. Who knows? I'm not one of the devs, so I don't know what they're gonna do next. They could do anything. They could flip this game on its head and make it into like a farming game. You know? No more zombies. Just our main goal is to turn it into farming sim. You never know. What day is it? It's 27th. Oh, I thought that was another, like, set of ranger clothes. The, the downside of unhappiness as well is actually it increases all action speed. So that means if you're, like, fishing, foraging, doing any of that stuff, it takes longer. Especially when you go to pick something up, you'll notice it right away. But that said, if you always play with unhappiness, you won't notice it, because it becomes a state of normalcy, right? When you don't have unhappiness, though, then you start noticing it really good. Oh yeah, and the time skip in single player also helps a lot. Alright, I'm gonna bring this back with me. And our goal isn't to go in this direction. The only reason why I went in this direction was to get nails. So I want to go the other way. My goal is to go the other way. 6 per. Actually. That sounds kind of cool. It's cool to have an heirloom like that in your family. I've had friends that have also had similar kind of like neat historical stuff. tied to them. It's definitely nifty. uh, it would depend, I suppose, if you were to donate it to a museum or something. Depending on the capability of that, of course. Or give it to next of kin. Because then you could travel freely if you're not tied down by something like that. Material possessions cannot hold one down. You can go wherever you want. That is the honest truth. Within reason. Obviously restricted access areas like, I don't know, it would be off the table unless you had proper clearance. You told me I could go anywhere. Yeah, within reason. You know, that's implied. Shows up at government facility. Strummer told me I could be here. I was told that I could be here. I'm allowed. I mean, that's the human condition, right? Well, you could also own property in other places, so technically you wouldn't be visiting, you would be going to a place that you own somewhere else. There are ways around it. And now those same ways can be loopholed into being able to move the item as well. But once again, that goes within bounds of certain rules. So you have to follow bureaucracy. It's very complicated stuff down to the wire, though. And Google and Google's AI aren't going to be able to show you the proper steps anyways, because its AI is flawed as it is, because it pulls from sources that are not necessarily correct. Case in point, I can ask Google I can think of quite a few questions I can ask Google's AI about Zomboid that I know it will get false. Like, it's false or it's wrong. Flat out. Yet I know those answers. It's not like Google's AI is pulling out of my brain, though. Or any other Zomboid veteran's brain, for that matter. Right? Can't do that yet. Not until we plug in. Join Skynet. You just say it's my Bible. I mean, you could. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Why am I waging war on rocks? They had it coming. They were assisting the trees, I promise. They were abusing scissors for years, and I am paper. That's it. Rocks are going down. Rock and stone. Far enough out? Nope. Not quite enough. But I can at least get started a little bit. Put them all on the outside over here. Sounds like a Google AI answer. And people keep calling me an AI. I'm not an AI, by the way. I'm not an AI. I'm too flawed to be an AI. Could you imagine AI playing Zomboid? I'm not an AI. I sleep. There is sleep involved. It isn't just powering down. Definitely not an AI. I mess up far too much. Unless I'm, like, really specially programmed, I guess. Not an AI. But I do have an A and an I in my name. This is not too... I guess it isn't. Okay, 1 second. We have to do some fishing. So I'm going to show you guys the difference between fishnets now and and fishing. Artificial? Yes. Intelligence? No. There we go. Now here, watch. Right? Look. 1 in-game hour, right? We got a little bit. Sit on the ground. We'll wait 2 hours this time. Nothing. Yeah, I'm gonna go fish and get a little bit more fish fillets. Did I not have any chum left? No. We should have a little bit left. There we go. I gotta go back, grab my bag. Oh yeah, I forgot we can bait this stuff with fish guts. How often do they produce when unbaited? They produce sometimes. I don't actually know the full workings of the fish trap since they've been reworked. I just remember at one point I did a couple of fish traps and they gave me like an army's worth of fish, like a ludicrous amount. So we can expect that to happen soon. Which is good, because that's like, I mean, it takes level 7 fishing to be able to do that naturally without lucking out and getting the magazine. I think that that's a fair trade. You made it to level 7 fishing, you deserve something. But you want to bait them with chum. That is the thing. And chum is easy to get. All you have to do is have the recipe and sand. Sand can be turned into chum. Though I feel like there needs to be a better means of producing sand at the moment, because all of the beaches would run dry if players decided to locust out and steal all the sand. Yeah, especially in a multiplayer server. Of course, there's enough chum on on all of the in the world. Like if you were to take all of the sand in the world, it's a ludicrous amount. You would probably not ever use that much, right? But still, it technically is finite. Not counting the fact that you can forage up a bag of sand. It's just like gasoline. Technically, you could run out. But there's an unlimited gasoline option that you can turn on. But yeah, I am unsure. We can check this trap again now. And I found a frog, which makes me kind of sad, because imagining a frog got stuck in a fishing trap sucks. But I do like that we have another frog friend. There is a potential for brewing to be a thing. Brewing is do I have this livestock zone? Oh, because I was gonna make rabbits here. I was gonna put rabbits here. Let's delete this zone. Why would you choose that path? It's another 50 grass. Clay. Yeah, brewing will become a thing eventually. They've already got hops in the game, so I don't see why they wouldn't continue and do all of brewing. Yay, fireworks. Ooh, cold weather. I'm gonna grab my puffer jacket. Up to 3 seaweed. Okay, we'll check these here in a bit. Solid. So 5 channel catfish, 2 flathead catfish of fair size, a tadpole, which I'm sad about because it's gonna get rotten. But the rest of it's, and that was just one. I'm gonna put these away. You might want to go and get some. Okay, so this tadpole, I want to release it, so that is what I'm gonna say that I did, and I'm gonna put it over here. Because I wouldn't want it in there. And I can't put it back in the water, it won't let me. But yeah, see, this catfish has 3k calories on it alone. That could get you out of the calorie deficit. Let alone having all these other fish. Oh, and there we go. And that was just one fishing trap. The other fishing trap gives us... See? I didn't have to fish for these. And I got another frog. Hooray. Solid. I physically, like, even the models of these ones are pretty big. That's a surprise. I wonder if they raised the size of the models. Oh no, these ones don't have a size. Because they're fishing trap. That's why. They don't have a size. Look at this. They don't have a size because they were caught in the fishing trap. But if you give them a size, suddenly they are smaller than they are intended to be. That's interesting. Thank you for the wellness. That's fascinating. So they don't have size. Like they do. It says small blue catfish, but they don't have a centimeter size. Like the other fish. This one's got 4,800 calories. That's a lot of calories. Oh, more tadpoles. Sorry. Sorry. 1,000. Nightmare. We need more grass. Lost sunlight. 16,307 hunger. This is a knackfish. This is like 16,000 calories fish. That is a big one. 201, 10,000 calories. Minus 154, 8,000 calories. And this is why we use fish nets. It would be a waste not to pick that fish up and turn it into fillets. Given that each fillet is 150 hunger. That is like that let's half this kind of deal. It's crazy. That would be a legendary fish. Oops. I didn't mean to make a sad salad. Let's cure sadness with washing. I made a sad salad by accident. Okay, I'm gonna pause there for a moment and I'm gonna BRB and make myself some more tea. So, be right back. Back to it. Good God, that's loud. We back off. Thank you for the wellness. I'm gonna sip of my tea here in a sec. Still a bit too hot. Whistle warning. It seems about nearly at the turn off. Okay, we're gonna need. Really? Day 7. Okay. Okay. All right. So we're going to spin that wheel because I forgot a little bit, and so we're like 2 days over, but it's not that big a deal. We'll spin the wheel and up the difficulty right now. So that's what's going to happen. Let's do it. Let's see. So what are we? Where are we gonna get? Let's find out. Okay. Spin. Pinpoint hearing. Come on. Oh, you're gonna do corpse sickness to me. Oh no. I would much prefer pinpoint hearing. Corpse sickness. No. Well, I mean, it is what it is. Okay. Corpse sickness it is. Okay. So let's see. I'm gonna relaunch the game. Okay, I'm just waiting for it to load. Have you visited Irvington Speedway? Yes, actually, I have a couple of times. It is a pretty cool place. Remember to check your corners. It doesn't mean directly run around the corner, though. Keep accidentally shouting? No. Alright, so we gotta up corpse sickness, because that was what was asked. Okay. Sandbox settings. So we're looking for... zombie health impact. Well, if we get it a couple more times, we'll raise it more. But for now, we'll up it to high. All right, reload the game to get rid of debug. That's gonna suck. Because if we're gonna kill in the same direction, it's gonna cause problems. Okay, so next. Okay, while the game is loading, I'll edit this. Okay, so living zombie impact is on, as well as corpse sickness is now high instead of medium. So hanging around the corpses will cause us more strife, as well as the living zombies that are wandering around will also cause corpse sickness. I would have preferred pinpoint hearing. Darn. That's okay. It's fine. It's eventually we will roll pinpoint hearing. It will happen. Because eventually it will be the only thing on the wheel. If we keep spinning. But it's like every few months we'll continue this sort of increase in difficulty. We'll see what happens next. Who knows? But yeah, if we roll corpse sickness again, I'll kick it up to insane, which will... I might want to get a respirator at that point. Because I've seen a respirator. I've seen one so far in the playthrough. Oh, this fish is gonna go bad. I'm gonna slice these ones into fillets just so that they're ready as bait. Put this in this pile over here. Actually, that's a point. Oh, I'm gonna do a once around on this area just to make sure that it's safe. So I'm gonna push towards that farm that's down here, and then we're gonna try and... We might stay the night there. And then I'm gonna start trying to push towards that next area that's further ahead. There's nothing here. Oh yeah, I tore apart the bed. Are you in average sleep? Oh no, you're not asleep anymore. We can't sleep on the picnic table anymore? Well, that sucks. Ooh, ginseng. Never turned down ginseng. Oh, I missed that. What was that? Skull. Berries. Oh, do I have a pencil? Yes. I'm looking for blue pen and green pen. Wait a second. I didn't bring twine with me. Let's do wild plant search focus. There we go. Dog vein hemp almost immediately. Might as well grab these mushrooms as well. We're gonna need a crafting table first. Don't make one because it's too dark. Rock. Well, actually, I don't even think I can make twine with it being this dark. No, we need light. How far away is the corpses. Really? Over an hour away. Give me 8. Yep, it's worth it. 12 is enough, because we only need 4 for the first bed, and 4 for a later bed. Hmm? Hey, it's Ultra. Hey, Ultra. Are you having a good day? I'm having a good day. Yeah, we're close to that little campgroundy, placey spot, but at the same time, that's not where I live. I just tried to open the map, and that doesn't work in the darkness, so I'm gonna have to sleep first. But we're close to there, yes. But we are relatively well established now in this one. And I just upped the difficulty. So I rolled corpse sickness on my difficulty increase, which means that now we have to deal with increased volumes of corpse sickness, and the standing zombies also cause corpse sickness. You got sick in the game, and then you got sick in real life? Oh no. I was wondering where you were. But yeah, I'm glad that you are feeling better enough to wander around and wave at folks. So that's good. I'm gonna wave at you. Hopefully you're having a good day though. And you're feeling better. Still not great though. I can understand. You probably don't want to play your save when you're, on your not feeling well, but you probably still got that zomboid itch as well as other games itch at the moment, right? Yeah. But that said, I mean, yeah, I'm not calling you out. I understand. I've been there. I've been there laying in bed wanting and but not feeling well. That like I'm sitting there, it's just all my mind is just nonstop. It's like I want to play, but I can't. If I play right now, I die. Definitely been there. I need to find a branch or two. But yeah, I'm getting ready now to stage an attack on West Point. I'm gonna go and poke it with the skills that we have, which actually aren't so bad. Like we've got fair amounts of skills built up. Combat skills are still in need work. I still need work on them, but at least weapons are now infinite for me, so that's I don't have to worry about weapons anymore. I can also do blacksmithing whenever I want. It just requires metal, which is annoying. Did you start with skills? I mean, kind of. So I play my version of Zero to Hero, which is you start with puny, unfit, and slow metabolism, and then you can buy whatever you want with those points. So, and I did start with some stuff. Like I started with virtually a point in all of the combats, 1 point in every combat skill, as well as more or less 1 point in most of the crafting skills. This was me being silly. Like, so me being funny with the light-footed and the sneaking. So I was teasing Valley Station. I want to show you on the map, but once again, I'm trapped in this little. I need to sleep first to do that. But it was funny. I was teasing Valley Station because it was where I started was for my first few helicopters. I was over beside West Point on the east side, eastern West Point, and Valley Station was looking at me across the way, like because well, they can't cross the water. So they're staring at me. I'm fishing. They're staring, and then I got sick of them staring at me, so I went and fished on the other side of the river. But let's see, where is this? We need light in order to be able to do that. Darn it. No, we're only tier 1 tired. Yeah, by the time we're tired, we might as well go home. Like, that's essentially what I'm noticing. Okay, so I'm just gonna run home real quick. We ended up over here because I know that this area can be relatively safe. However, had we rolled pinpoint hearing, that would have been my preference because it would make things less safe and more fun, and as well as we can pressure the zombies a lot harder. And this time I won't make the mistake of going the wrong way. No pinpoint yet, but there will be pinpoint eventually. It's scaling difficulty, so pinpoint hearing is on the list. I wanted to do pinpoint hearing, but then I was like, but that's not a part of the challenge. Part of the challenge is to have it randomly getting harder. So I can't really predict how the game is going to be. That's the whole point of it, is that it'll get harder, but there's a mystery in it, right? So I could have pinpoint hearing in a bad time that suddenly pulls in a ton of zombies from behind me that I never seen, and then they can catch me out, right? That's the whole point. It's sort of to be the same as the original challenge that this was around. Here we go. Yeah, let's just throw these there. I don't know why you're in there. And I should bring some twine with me, but not right now. Lemons, though, they're nice to eat. Yeah, I'm glad that you're feeling better, at least. Well, better-ish. I don't know if it'd be presumptuous to assume that you're like... Oh, I'm gonna shout you out, but that's because I want to. And you can just get shouted out at. There you go. It's because I want to. See, 16. Yeah, I do appreciate you, and I'm looking forward to seeing where your run goes. You've been having a tough go. Like it's been rough, but you'll get through it. We're both looking forward to it and not looking forward to it. Your weight loss problem is going to be a problem very soon, and you seen it, you know it, you were calling it, like you're like, this is not going to be good. So it took me several months in game of not being bothered by the zombies to be able to stabilize. For your playthrough, you're going to need to bounce around and be dynamic. That's going to be hard. But it's also fun in its own way. Basically, you're having to make many little camps and run away, and more little camps and build yourself up. I'm hoping you find animals in a safe place. Because there is a good chance of it. Try to salvage 2 of them. I mean, it would be difficult to make that decision. I would consider keeping 2. But it depends on the trailer's location. And then where can you bring them that's not too far from it, because you don't want to travel carrying a bunny like 8 million blocks or tiles or whichever. Gotta be kind of a balance. And then if you can get them in a place where there's food and water, rabbits don't take much. They are like super easy to take care of. Go, 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 go. Speed. Try so. There we go. I can't catch a cold right now though, because the heat noodle will prevent it. You can only catch a cold if you're cold. You can't catch a cold if you're hot. Doesn't work that way. Do they go in my bag, or can I carry? You have to hold them in your hands if they're live. If you kill them, you might be able to stuff them in your bag, but that kind of interaction is weird sometimes. All right, we've got a forward operating camp now. There it is. All right, I've got 3 short bats, and we're good. We're good to go. All right, let's go poke this this camp over here. We'll maybe forage food in the field. My goal right now will be to try to take this farm, and then slowly we're gonna nudge forward. This field was covered in zombies at one point, so I'm a little concerned about where they've wandered off to, but maybe we killed them. Like, Let's be optimistic and think that. Okay. It's not that many, thankfully. Remember, overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer. Thank you, ancestor. Coop. We're gonna want that. We can smelt it down. Greed. I swear, crawlers are worse than sprinters. Because at least with sprinters, you know, like they're gonna come at you real quick, and you know, crawlers they reach for your legs, and you know, it's like you have to down attack them. There is no like you can't. So it's they force interactions. At least with sprinters, you have options. You don't have options with crawlers. Your options are down attack. That's it. That's all you get. Nothing else. Game. So that's what we'll do. Put you here. Oh, search berries. Not gonna find anything in this field. Thanks, game. We're not gonna find anything. Immediately finds berries. Game doesn't like to likes to be humorous. Berries. And more berries. 2 to gain happiness. Still a bit thirsty, but it's okay. We can make do. That reminds me, I need to ask Frog about Lamprey's mask, if it's been adjusted to a mask. Because it has mask interaction, so that makes me think that it's been adjusted to being a mask. I wonder which mask it is. Is it a dust mask, or is it a medical mask? What kind of mask is it? Or maybe it still is registering as eyeglasses, but like the reading glasses. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe it doesn't have any stats at all. Like most of the hats don't. I know the frog hat has no stats. And the mask says it has no stats, but I'm curious what it's being registered as. If we could snag that, the chair as well from the house, that'd be kind of cool. Hockey stick. True. Okay, well, that's gonna take 4 hits. It's not gonna be for the best. I'll quickly go grab those other items. Oh, wait, what? Yeah, my strat for dealing with often helicopters and pinpoint hearing would be to cyclically run the zombies around the map. Basically going to safe zone after safe zone, but it's definitely one of those ones that's... You gotta keep the core of the zombies in the center as best you can. Otherwise you'll get overrun, like I did in the last one. Congrats on the stream streak. Do very much appreciate. Hopefully you're having a good day. Go get a in-game nap real quick. You have coffee, so the day was started off wonderful. That's good to hear. I'm glad that you're having a good day. I have had my fair share of a couple of cups of tea, so I'm good for the most part. Feeling pretty solid. That said, I am probably gonna need to step away for just a moment, like not very long. Like I'm gonna pause like this, just so that it's more safety. Just for just a moment, so I can grab another hair tie. So I'll be right back. All right, that's good. How do I take my tea? In lots of ways. The only tea that I don't like is empty. So, you know, this time I had a little bit. I used to have a command for updating how I have my tea at that moment in time, but the updating of that command would be constantly changing. Sometimes I put honey in my tea, sometimes I don't. But this last cup had a little bit of honey, and then it was a little bit of cream. But sometimes I'll have it just without anything in it. I can have tea in any form. But I happen to have a little bit of like cream, so I was like, I'm gonna put that in the tea this time. Yeah, so long as I'm having some kind of tea, I'm happy. Um, Emma, on the other hand, likes tea, but needs the tea to be like berry flavored. You can't convince you otherwise? Oh, I could probably make you a tea that's without it. That's so like if I were to do like a chai or something like that, that would be, yeah, because it has such flavor. It's different, right? Or some of the flower teas are like that as well. So if you have like a lavender tea, like there's a lavender mint tea that I don't put anything in. I love the way it tastes by itself, like just on its own. It's so good. It's my favorite kind, and I don't have it very often because I want to kind of retain that specialness and appreciation of it. So it's like I'll drink it for special occasions. Ah, interesting. Syrups. Interesting. I used to be into the syrups. I had a friend named Double who turned me on to these flavored syrups that are they're like low calorie special beverage enhancers, and they were really good. I haven't ordered any in a long time, but they were the 0 calorie beverage enhancers that were, like I said, they were really good. You can get them in so many different flavors. They had like I wonder if they probably still exist. Yeah, they do. Let's see. Uh, let's have a look at there. They had so many different kinds that you could put into coffees, teas, or anything. Um, like coconut mocha, banana bread, apple crumble, like tons of different flavors, right? Let's see. Lots of them are like let's see, and some of them are dairy free as well. root beer float, orange, creamsicle, stuff like that. They were really, really good. Hopefully you're having a good day too, Sui. And shout out for Sui, because Sui's great too. You guys should follow both Ultra and Sui. They're awesome. Okay, we'll wait for an in-game hour before we do a search for food. You're heading to bed? Nice. Hopefully you get some good sleep. I had a comment recently from a friend there, like, you don't sleep much, do you? And I was like, not really, no. Which is, but I found out that there's other people with my same disorders that, yeah, so we are level 7 fishing now. So I made some fishnet traps, and we're good. We're good on the calorie front. I don't even need to think about it anymore. Once you hit, that's one of the things. If you have proper animals, a rabbit farm that you can go back to, or you've managed to make it to March through April and managed to grow yourself some sunflowers, then you're good for calories. You don't need to worry about it anymore. Outside of if your entire area gets overrun, but that said, my area won't get overrun because the skills are with my character, not with the land that I'm in. So I can, so long as I have access to water, I can make it happen. You sleep a ton. I like to think that the people that sleep a ton are making up for the people that don't, because like, I mean, it's helpful. You can have my sleep hours. I just hope that you're not having those sleeps that are like, you know, you're sleep to the point where you're not, like, you're too tired, like you're tired when you wake up kind of thing. I hope that's not happening. But, you know. Life is interesting. 10-hour sleeps. You're same as Ratmos then. You and Ratmos have that in common. 10-hour sleeps. I couldn't imagine sleeping that long. I wish. Like, I can't. Like, I get 5 hours of sleep. Or if I really sleep deep, like because I'm sick or something, I sleep like 8 hours. But 10 hours, that's quite a long time. If I sleep really, really light, I can do 2 hours, but that's still not enough in my opinion. I don't. Even if I feel rested, I kind of feel like it's weird. But so long as you hit the REMs, I think that's what matters. What do you usually get? Between 3 and 5. So like a 4-hour average? You catch a cold if you get less than 6. Yeah. Sometimes it sucks though, because I really want to sleep, but I can't. So I do other things instead. And that's probably, I don't know. I've tried sleep aids as well. Those don't help. Not that that would be necessary, I suppose. Alright, let's have a look in here. What did we get? We got a couple of knee pads, which will give us a recipe. No, it won't. Wire. We got a magazine! Heck yeah! Is that another magazine? Oh, this one's kind of useless. We got a gunny sack that's empty, some scrap metal. Rotten food, right? Yeah. Hey look, the sheep are still alive. Good on you guys for surviving 4 months without me. Good job. You gonna knock me over, other sheep? Oh, the chickens are still alive. Huh. Probably should empty this so that water can fill it up. Do the animals need much anything if they're out in the open for grazing and have water and troughs that can be filled? You should make sure that they have a trough that has food in it as well. Sometimes the animals are a little weird and wonky, and they will. Oh, look, it's raining. Convenient. They won't receive their needs sometimes. Like even if they're grazing, they won't receive them. There we go. We can cook those later. But yeah, animals themselves are kind of buggy a little bit. Yeah, some sheep. I don't think they've eaten much grass. I mean, they eat some. The animals, they're not super... Like, they eat some. Cows are the most needy of the bunch. And mostly water is the big thing. You'll notice that the thirst mechanic on them is what gets it most of the time. But don't trust buckets, because buckets can unload from a zone. You want to make sure they have either an infinite water tile or a trough that's full, right? And even with that, sometimes they won't drink. Yeah, that's one of the reasons why I don't ever trust animals to be the thing that saves me in a playthrough. Because, yes, they can help you retain your position in a playthrough, but they can, and they can be, they're luxury. Treat them like luxuries. They are really nice to have, but you need to rely on you, not the animals. Once you get to the point in having animals, if you can get a safe space to retain the luxury, it's nice. They like, when I had cows for butter, oh, it was good. Like, it was really solid. Same for sheep, right? Sheep can produce milk for butter as well. But, yeah, it's something that you can't, because especially on time 16, and when you can get pushed out at any moment by, you know, right? Like, you can get knocked away from where you are at any moment just with one, like, off noise or, you know, if the zombies just decide. So I'm not fully committing to this area. Yeah, even with not high pop playthroughs, a low pop playthrough can still surprise you sometimes. It's good to remember that you're never ever 100% safe in a zombie apocalypse, right? Unless you guarantee your safety with, like, for example, if you're playing on low pop and you box in your area, then you know you're safe because, well, the only way that a zombie could get into the area would be, you know, by breaking a wall, which you probably would see, right? Now, does that sound safe? No, right? So, like, I mean, even in that scenario where you, in theory, are good, it's kind of sketch, right? You just gotta bear it in mind. Their safety is not, not forever. You're not always safe. Like, even now, I'm taking an absolutely enormous risk for for a little payout. Right? But is this worth it? Potentially. So what we need to do is we need set an alarm, and we'll have a power nap. So 3, 4. So this is a power nap to get rid of tiredness. Alarm will wake us up. Let's switch this to a firewood focus. We want to find a large branch. There we go, large branch. Okay. The reason why we want the large branch is because we want to make it into a long handle. Leave that there. Drop our equipment on the ground. Okay, next thing I want is this. Stone, and now I need a branch. Branch. Make you. Drop you. Mall. What? Oh, I moved. There we go. Drop them all. Drop these again. Go grab. Large stone. I'm doing something that's a little bit excessive. You don't need to do this, what I'm doing currently. You can just do a 3-stone fire and it's better. It takes less time, but I'm doing something a little more fancy. But it costs me more time to do so. Okay, so we need another branch. And we need daylight, is the problem. Alright, set the stones. It's too dark. I don't like it. Just gonna. Strawberries. That's awesome. I like seeing strawberries. Let's keep so there's two things I want to see. I want to see 2 chipstones and I want to see clay. Those are eggs, which is same as what we just picked up earlier. There's clay. Okay, that's solid. Chipstone. Nope, it's a branch, but I do want to pick it up and put it on the road. It's good to get a few of those before you if I don't have to chop down a tree for it, it's nice. We are set to stones, right? Yeah. Big branch. Not seeing any chipstones or flint nodes. Skull. I suppose I probably should grab 1 skull. Oh, something. At 7. Oh, it was over there. There we go, chipstone. I need 1 more. Common mallow. That's funny. I don't need to make another frog hat right now. You know, the game likes to do that. I don't have crayons anyways. There we go. Second chipstone, solid. So the reason why I needed 2 chipstones is because now I can make a chisel. Shouldn't go through the woods like this. Bad call. Chisel. There we go. Second, throw those in the ground. I need a stick. Switch stones to firewood. Common aloe again. Let's see, grab this branch. Carve a trowel. Grab you. Like I said, I was going a little bit above and beyond. You don't need to do that. It's not necessary. There we go. Okay. Now we just need wood, drill plank, and some branches, and we can start that. And then solid. Okay. Plus. Did I craft that? Yeah. I just crafted it just now. It took a little bit of extra time, and like I mentioned before, you don't need to do this. It's excessive. Like, you can just make a regular fireplace if you want. But because I can make this, I was like, I'm going to make this. It took like an extra in-game day for me to collect the materials from scratch. But I can make these now with a little prep. And then just like that, we have ourselves, it's a nice, cozy, safe little fire. All it takes is level... So in order to do this from scratch, I would recommend folks to have level... you want at least level 2 masonry to be able to make this, but to be able to get the items themselves without having any issues, like major issues, you want to have the ability to make mason or a maul. Like a stone maul. So you want to have napping at level 5. So napping 5 would be one. You want to have your carving. Your carving can be like maybe 2 or 3, I think would be fine. Whatever you need to make a large handle, as well as to make a bucket. So what is the bucket's level? To level 4 carving at least. So level 4 carving, level 5 napping. You want level 2 masonry, because you need level 2 masonry to make this thing. So it's right here under masonry. Right there. This one's another version of it that takes essentially the same items, looks slightly different. But I don't know, I like the bigger one. The bigger one looks cooler. At least in my head. With your level 5 napping, you can make a stone chisel, and then you can chisel the stone blocks. So it makes that easy. And then you just need materials from there. So like you need enough wood to do a drill plank and to make the bucket, and enough like this right here, not counting the chair. You can ignore the chair, but this right here is the core of like a wilderness playthrough. You want to have, because if your knapping is level 5, you're able to make the stone maul, the stone axe, as well as the flint saw. The flint saw lets you make these two things here. So it's the flint saw, while at face value the flint saw sucks compared to a garden saw or a hacksaw or any of those kinds of things, the flint saw is still useful in the sense that it can do this. Because this is a sleeping spot. It's a poor quality, but it is a sleeping spot that you can sleep on at any moment. And this is a crafting station. And you can make this anytime you want. And same for this. You can make this whenever you want. All it's going to take is either rags or dogbane hemp. Because if you have dogbane hemp and a single wooden like stick, like tree branch or a wooden rod, you can make dogbane hemp on here with a knife. Into twine, I mean. And twine can be used for everything. Now I've got cooked eggs that I can eat, as well as water at... Oh, I forgot to put this in there. Oh, well, whatever. We can now fill our water here, so no more drinking river water again. But yeah, and then what? Once you have this setup, you can put walls around it if you want to protect yourself, especially if you're playing with a percentage of sprinters. I would recommend walls, just to kind of slow the sprinters down. If you have level, like enough carving, you can actually make a stone spade, and something that you can do that's a little bit, will slow the zombies down, is you can make a small... Like, this will give you time to escape the zombies, but if I wanted to be somewhat safe from the zombies, I can build the little... Like, these are instant walls that you can make that are free. They don't cost anything. But they cost... just having a wood spade on you, which is a tree branch at level 4 carving. You just gotta remove, like, grass and stuff that are in the way. See, I know the zombies are probably gonna come from the south or from the east, so... We can do... this. And leave a little space for me to run away if I need to. Alright. Don't trap yourself all the way in, and leave yourself some space. That's what I've done here, right? But this will catch some of the zombies if they want to bother me. Just be warned that these are a little bigger than they look, so you can get caught on them. There we go. Did I bail from my last spot? No, I'm pushing up now. You're seeing the movement forward. This is like taking a step forward instead of a step back. So I took one big old step forward. Yeah, a frog leap. Although I wouldn't call it a frog leap because it's not big enough, right? A frog leap would be, in my head, if we were to jump all the way towards the West Point in Doe Valley. So like the my favorite house in the game would be a frog leap from our previous location. So my thoughts of a frog leap is from here to there. So Lilliput Road. Lilliput Road. Yeah, that would be a frog hop. Although we're not that far off of a frog hop. Yeah, we'll definitely... I'll be keen when we start pushing this area out. The goal right now is to do that, is to start really laying into this area, tearing it apart, and then... Yeah, this house right here is my favorite house in the whole game. The reason why is because Emma and I lived there, and it's where I'm before I lived there with Emma. I used to go there to this house for TDDA runs. There's sentiment in this house. I used to go to this house, and almost always one of these three houses has some kind of event going on. So you can have like a guaranteed like bunch of bags or something. Like usually there's something special going on here. It's a hot spot for events. And it's not far off of these other farmhouses that are over here, as well as this right here is it's funny it's called Poverty Lane because this is one of the better places to be for a time 16, because if you can manage to clear out the zombies that come in from here, which you're not going to be able to hold your ground forever, you're going to have to run away eventually. But if you can sort of cyclically clear this center area, this house has good chance for farm animals, as well as same for these houses over here. I think cows frequently spawn in this little enclosure. But once again, don't pivot your entire playthrough around getting animals. But yeah, level 5 napping, I would do level... Because it's not hard to get carving up, level 5 carving. And then this isn't so hard to do. Level 2 masonry. And then it's at this point where we're ready to assault. But I'm gonna take an in-game day to recoup a little bit because we're tired and I want to reset our sleep schedule a smidge. Yeah, the Giga Mart in West Point's another place of sentiment for me, because the Giga Mart and Twiggy's were my first, like, my first mega base, kind of, right? I tore, like, reset and did a bunch of stuff there. I want to do stuff, but I don't know what to do right now. We'll just go foraging a few in-game hours. Ooh, big ones. Nice. What am I gonna do? We could work out, but nah. I don't feel like doing that right now. We're actually almost level 5 strength, which would be nice. So there's argument to be made that I should work out. How is my exercise anyways? want this to be 2100 before we start sleeping. Good enough. Yeah, if you have a regular campfire though, like for the 3 stones, the walk to command is really, really good. Make sure that you don't accidentally walk on the fire. Scrubbly was apparently having some problems with that though at some point. Hopefully that's not I'm gonna leave this bin here as well, because we'll bring it back to the main hub here in a second, and then I can get rid of all that rotten stuff that's like around. Level 2 butchering? Yeah. If you've got the ability to blacksmith a hook though, do a blacksmith hook so you can get the leather. Those deer are so good if you can snag the leather for it, but if you can't, you can't. Just, if you need the food, you need the food. Priorities, right? Always prioritize, because you can always get more deer later. You can always, you know, there's always another time to get that sort of stuff. Or if you have the means to have a blacksmith hook, that is an advanced blacksmith setup right there in deer. Because their leather is used to produce the bellows, which is the only difference between the simple forge and the advanced forge. There's so many sheep, my goodness. Oh. Yeah. It's a good thing to remember. It's very easy to forget those kinds of things. Plus you get more meat if you do it off the hook. More meat, more bones, more everything. Alright, let's clear this out. What did I set loot to? Insanely rare. So, you know, 0.05. Here, I can just do you this. Aside, in the description is settings we change, but there you go, and then this is the character. There you go. Easy peasy. That way you can have a look. But, and then the way that I change the settings is through, the sandbox settings option in debug mode. I load it up for a moment, change the setting that I need to change, and then, you know, change it back to regular mode. Simple. I'm kind of, I wish I had rolled pinpoint hearing, but that's, you know, that's the nature of randomness, is that I don't get to choose. I mean, I could have chose, but it's not in the spirit of the playthrough. Gotta make sure it's dynamic. Can I deliver you 7 nails? Okay. I'm expecting you to make it over here, though, to get them. I can't quite craft nails yet, though. I don't have the advanced or simple setup. I gotta wait till I have a little bit more metal. Like and then I'll be able to make that. I'm not a delivery driver. I'm not gonna drive and give you. I don't even have a car. Like, it's no car. You gotta come get it. This is pickup, not delivery, friend. It reminds me of one time. Okay, this is a customer service story, but I was working at a pizza place, right? And unfortunately, all of the drivers were super duper busy, right? So we were told to give a customer their order free if they changed it to pickup.
You're
right?
amazing.
So they changed their order to pickup. The second I said that their order was free, they're like, yeah, no, I'll be right there. I'll be right there. It's free? Okay, I'm coming. People are funny like that, though. Thank you for the follow. Do appreciate. The taste of free sometimes is just too good to pass up. Morning. What trait did I roll for the difficulty increase? Oh, we rolled corpse sickness, which sucks. I'm not keen on it. So corpses, not only are the corpses on high sickness, but the standing zombies cause us to get sick too, which is just lovely. I'm so excited about that. Yep, you know, very excited indeed. I rolled the passy settings. Just like... Yeah, no, it does. It sucks, but it's like, I mean, it's part of the playthrough. It's I would have preferred pinpoint hearing, like I said. And but it is what it is. We rolled what we rolled. It's the worst possible outcome. It's not the worst possible outcome. If I had put metas back on, that would be the worst possible outcome. But I said that I wouldn't put metas back on the list until 1 year played, to give me a little time. Because metas are brutal. Like, seriously. But metas will go back on the list, as will weather. So I'm going to enjoy the no fog while it lasts. But weather will go back on the list too. It's meant to be scaling difficulty in all ways, so eventually we will max out every difficulty setting if I live long enough. Which is the way that the original Bloodbank was. Is that eventually you scaled it up to the point where either you were gonna die or you're just gonna live forever to see how far you can get. But yeah, it's not quite maxed out on corpse sickness yet. But if I roll corpse sickness again on the next wheel spin, we'll see. Yeah, and if the patch lowers it, I mean, then that's to my benefit, right? But we'll see, because I don't know. I think they did that intentionally to raise the difficulty on Apocalypse, and that it rippled out and hit corpse sickness as a whole in a bad way. So, but who's to know, right? Like, you'd have to be one of the devs in order to know for sure. Why is my weight so bad? Something is equipped to me that is heavy, and I don't know what it is. I'll just put this away for now. But yeah, we'll see. Yeah, it feels afterwards. Yeah, doesn't it? That's the same for standard times 16 if you're going to play with even just the basic. Like, even if you just did only times 16, you didn't change anything else, one heli, you know, maybe you could even turn off metas, and it would still... Apocalypse just doesn't quite feel like there's any zombies anymore. It feels... But you can, like... If you don't like to have to slog through all of the times 16 zombies, I feel like that it's like times 6 times 8 is when the zombies themselves are at a point where it's good enough kind of thing. Like there's enough there, right? That it becomes challenging, and anything after that, it's just it just takes longer, right? If I had a 9 to 5, I'd probably do times 6. If I had to, like, because I'd want to enjoy, right? Then again, though, me specifically, I would probably do times 15 anyways, because just I'm stubborn like that. I mean, I used to squeeze in Overwatch and a bunch of other stuff back when I used to have a job that was like that. Oh yeah, Rat Race is good. It is tough in its own ways. It's definitely a good step into times 16 if folks are looking to try to raise the bar. The loot settings? Oh, it's like Christmas. Every single cabinet is Christmas. Or your birthday. Or whatever holiday you receive anything. If you don't have a holiday when you receive stuff, it is, like, it's just, it feels like people were stockpiling for you. Like you have a friend somewhere out there in the apocalypse that's just loading everything up for you. It gets to the point though in like even in CDDA where you start to get loot fatigued because there's so much loot. There's so much loot. You can't bring it all home. It's not possible. You would need like trucks on trucks on trucks to bring it home. No, it's still fun. It's fun to play Apocalypse. I did an Apocalypse playthrough when Build 42 was first released because I started that Apocalypse playthrough with intentions of kind of us getting my character killed. Like that was the whole point. I had integration stuff that was linked to charity, and if people donated it to the charity, then I would like shoot guns and yell and scream and whistle. It was fun. It was a really good time. And we raised quite a bit for charity. And the cool part is, afterwards, after we were done raising for charity, Indie Stone matched our donations, like everybody's donations, and doubled it. So, you know, Indie Stone is really, like, the devs are really great. As much as, like, sometimes there, you know, there's some flack that goes around the community, deep down they've got to remember the devs are fantastic people. The charity was Special Effects, which is a an organization that assists with impaired gamers to be able to participate. So they make custom setups for folks, as well as education and other such things. If there's somebody, you know, so that people don't have to feel left out. It's really cool. They had some really amazing setups. Like there was this one person that had like it was a FPS game, and they controlled it with their chin and blowing into tubes. It was really, really cool. And that dude's super skilled. I'd be sort of nervous to go up against them in an FPS match, which is like I'm not somebody who isn't confident with my skills in first-person shooters. I used to be competitive. I gave you your favorite game. Yeah, it's an awesome game, isn't it? Oops. Alright, let's go get a nap in so that we can clean this up, this mess that's over here. Oh, Buzz, out of nowhere. I'm gifting 10 subs. I do very much appreciate you. Shout out for Buzz, I guess, randomly. Howdy, howdy. Hopefully you're having a good day. Just like Rivet. If you got a gifted sub from Does, you know, it slides bribe under the desk. You appreciate you. Yeah. Enjoy your frog emotes and what's it called? Ad free viewing. My thoughts have been derailed. Do you detect a touch of maple? What kind of maple? Maple syrup? I like maple syrup, but it's not my favorite kind of sauce. I think honey would probably be my favorite sauce. Does honey count as a sauce? I think it does. Yeah, let's go hype train. You break my record? I don't know, that's I wouldn't know how to process that. Like you're another 10 gifted subs from Buzz. You're doing good in your run, Buzz? Just yeah. You've done this to me before, and I don't know how to do it. Like I'm still the same as that time when you did it to me last time. I don't know what to do. My brain does not process this sort of stuff well. I'm just appreciative. The all-time record shattered. Yes, indeed. Oh, for the new year, indeed. You're crushing it. Yeah, we very much appreciate. Your run's going good though, right, Buzz? You gotta admit that your run's going good. I'm hopeful. Yeah. Thank you for the gifted subs. I do very much appreciate it. This is the kind of thing that makes me think that it might be possible to do this sort of stuff professionally, and has me hopeful for the future. Is this kind of acts of kindness. I need to figure run back to base camp. Oh, look, deer. Oh, I can actually make a butchering hook. We could have an advanced forge. Can I catch you? You're going towards the water. Okay, look, I want to catch them. Having an advanced forge right now would be pretty hype. Thanks. I'm glad. I'm having a good day. Today's been pretty progressive. We've managed to push forward in our base, so now we're getting ready to siege down West Point soon. If I can get these deer, I would be keen. Oh, did I just... One second. You're over here somewhere, right? Oh, I can't see them anymore. That's it. They're gone. I just... I give up. They're somewhere over there, though. If I catch them anywhere near the river, they're doomed, and they become my blacksmithing setup. They do kind of keep around the same area, yes. Yeah, I'm glad that your run's going well, Buzz. Let's do this. Same for rabbits, too. They try to keep in the same area. Somewhat. Buzz Solo shattered the record on his own. That's crazy. There we go. Appreciate you, Buzz. You have yourself a good one. Positive vibes as always. And I'm hoping this year is the one for you. Like that you get to really enjoy this year. You know? Yeah. Much positive vibes. Let's see what I got for the hype train. This is the emote Buzz got me. This is funny. The crown. That's funny. Thanks, Buzz, for the emote. Are you hold up? Yeah. Yep. That's crazy. Oops. See you, Buzz. Hopefully you have fun streaming when you do here in the near future. And hopefully we both can establish a firm run that manages to go the distance for feels like forever. But yeah. Bye. Let's get a nap in. It's an actual queen. I need to make, I wonder, can I actually make that? I need to go back and check, which sucks, because that means I gotta go all the way back to the main base to find this out. Because I can't remember offhand, so... Back to the original area. We'll do some leveling of other skills or something while we're over there. Maybe we'll fix weight again. Violence. Um, When do I come here again? Oh, I think I wanted to grab one of these. So might as well. They're free. There we go. Okay, that's funny. I left behind the trash can again. I mostly came here for to check what it needs to make this. We need a steel bar, which means we can't make this with a. Oh no, we can do it with an iron bar. What about the hammer though? That's important to know. Can't make that. Iron chunk that's been pierced. I think we can do this. Let's do. Oops. Brake noise. that. Gonna get rid of all of these. I'll bring this with me over there. Because I need to bring back nails. Because we need a couple of nails in order to be able to make the butchering hook, in order to be able to kill the deer. We're gonna need more iron though, as well. We got a little bit of iron, but we need enough to make the anvil. And then I can skip over the other two for like the forge. We could just make the advanced. That would be nice. Outside of my expectations as well. I didn't expect that we would be able to make an advanced forge and an advanced furnace. That's kind of huge. Another frog. Get rid of these. What's up? Things are going well. I am currently just mixing a few things into the bait. And then I'm gonna release these tadpoles because they got mixed in somehow and I don't know how that happened and I'm sad about it a little bit. Because in my head I'm releasing them to the water, but in the game I'm just putting them on the ground, which is sad. Wow, there's actually so much fish in there I can't put any more. Yeah, if I could put them back in the water, I would. Oh, it ran out. Awkward. Can't eat anymore, and actually we stabilized weight already. Nice. Oh, that's something that you can do to salvage a fishing net. If we'll see. I might just leave it there, and it might break, but... Okay, so our goal right now will be to get to that house again and take apart some stuff, so that we can... Ow. Okay, we can leave you here in case I need to gain weight at this location. Like that. There we go. Recoup some stamina. We need a hammer. Would so much like love to have a ball peen hammer right about now. I would solve so many problems. Don't have a... Ooh, a keyring bottle opener. That's awesome. Haven't seen one of those in forever. And that is why you never ever let your guard down. Because sounds like it's fine, right? It's fine. No, not fine. It's never fine. This was my clue that there were zombies in that room. Because I didn't open that window. So they must have. Ooh, an anno. Which one is it? Riverside? Nah. The only anno that I care about is there's two actually. Two annos that I care about. And that is March Ridge's anno, which will turn March Ridge's apartment buildings into a survivor house. And the West Point one, because I want to see if I can I should just go into debug and try to catch that pipe bomb. Like, see if you can disarm it, or if it just blows up my character. I want to do it in a real playthrough, though, which is dangerous and sketchy, but kind of fun sounding. Because it's a timed pipe bomb, so in theory, if you ran in, grabbed it, you probably... Unless it's in the air, but I don't think it is. Because when I was seeing that anno, I'm pretty sure it wasn't in the air. Save that. Drop this. The issue that I'm currently facing, though, is that... Oh, we actually... Ah, we're good. I don't know. And we need to go and get the hook. It's a lot of running back and forth at the moment, but it's because we're trying to set up for things. I have an advanced forge right now. That would be so cool. Or hyperthermic, which sucks. dry. Okay. Um, we're gonna need to make there's quite a bit to do. There's zombies in those woods, and I want to deal with them. I really do, but it's like I could deal with those zombies, or I could make an advanced blacksmithing setup. I gotta love dish towels. I have a power nap over here, but we need to kill a deer anyways. And rather than haul it somewhere far, we should have it here. I need to go grab one more plank. This is why I was grabbing those, is because they're both planks, bats, and really useful. There we go. The problem is if we're gonna do leather working, we're gonna want to have it drying. So. We're tired from running back and forth between the two locations, naturally. We need... I can't do this in the nighttime like this. I mean, I want to, but it's dark and I don't want to deal with it. I can't see anything, so it's no point. Should be good enough. I'm getting a little sidetracked by the deer, so I need to, as much as I have the hook, I need to continue with what I was going to be doing regardless. So I can't fixate too hard on the facts that I might be able to get it at a blacksmithing forge right away. We still have decent push potential without it, so I need to remember that it's a luxury and that it's bonus. And then it would be really nice, but like, I mean, don't overdo it. Oh, that's cheeky. Is it time? It's time already. I thought I had another day. Fine. I mean, I guess it is 9 days. Yeah, we gotta leave. That's unfortunate timing. I'm going to stay here. That should be it. This is gonna get dangerous here in a second, so I need to bail as much as I don't want to. It's the smart move. The second I shouted, it was like I summoned the helicopter. He knew it was his time. You were looking for me, right? Okay, let's see. 72. Yeah. Add a kettle of water. I believe it's already January 18th. That's crazy. Yeah, let's just speed up things. I'm not fast enough. No. Please come back. Bonk. I am a master hunter. I did it. That's what you're supposed to do, right? Oh, hunting in PZ. What a meme. Step 1, chase down deer. Step 2, bonk it on the head with a small bit of wood. It falls over. Step 3, profit. Alright, let's do this. And that. And that. Go. Honestly, I don't even want the meat. I'm not even interested. My interest in the venison is minimal. This is what I'm interested in. But the problem is I can't quite properly process it right now because I need more nails in order to do so. Because in order to process in order to get to the point where we can do that, we need enough nails to process. So we need a softening beam, which is another 2 nails, right? We need a tanning bucket, which is another 2 nails. Yeah. And if I could shout, if I'm able to shout out Buzz again. Let's try. Let me? Oh, it totally does. It's been long enough. That's his Buzz. You should follow Buzz. Buzz is fantastic. He is great. He also is got very unique Project Zomboid challenges, as well as he plays other games too, like 7 Days and a bunch of other stuff. He's been really, really good at that sort of thing. Daisy. Oh yeah, he's the creator of the SKC challenge, which is a fantastic challenge for Project Zomboid, where you have to go, you spawn in a times 16 Louisville, have to escape, then you burn down points of interest around the map, and then you have to go back to Louisville at the end and burn down 3 points of interest in Louisville. It's really cool. Like, I've got a lot of lore behind this challenge too. I like challenges that are like that have like deeper like lore, like you know, like I'm going to the mayor's house to find out, you know, the blackmail that, you know, and so on and so forth. It's really cool. Yeah. Definitely should check Buzz out. Buzz is great. That's okay. Yeah, I don't care about the venison so much as I've got the unprocessed leather now. I can maybe hunt the other deer in the same way. Bonk. I'm also gonna dry myself off. But yeah, to process that we're gonna need at least another few nails. That's not gonna be an easy feat. Money belt running man type challenge? What do you mean? I don't know what that means. What does that mean? What is a money belt / running man challenge? When I did a wilderness run, it didn't take me long to make my own nails. That would be, did you forage yourself up a bunch of stuff? What did you forage up? Because if you foraged up some key items, then that would be why. I can make nails, it's just that it's, I'm held back by some things. But you need nails to make nails, so you had to have nails to start. And if you say that you didn't, well, then you had a blacksmithing setup to start. Because one of the key things to create nails, oh dear, is a pottery bench and a crucible. And there is only one recipe for the pottery bench. Right? You need a crucible in order to make metal. And that requires 4 nails, minimum. Not to mention that you're going to also need to be able to make, yeah, so you need nails to make nails. So you had nails to start. And it's the only answer, it's the only answer that makes sense. There we go. Because you can't, currently the current way that the game plays, you actually Yeah, see, so you did find a couple nails. So if you found at least 4 nails, you could have made the pottery bench and done that. But if I were to show all of the different recipes that are required in advancing to the advanced forge, it's a lot more than just 1 or 2 nails. It's, but you can get to the point where you can start pumping out nails eventually, and that helps. But if you manage to forge a ball peen hammer or a smithing hammer or a there's one other kind of hammer that goes into the forge, because you need that type of hammer specifically in order to do it. So you can also, you can make them in the primitive forge. Yes, you can, but I want to go and show it off in the primitive forge that it's how to do it, but I need to be here for a moment so that I can. What can I do here? Oh, we can take apart the if I can make it to that fence. I don't think I can. Oh no, I can't take that fence apart because I don't have a saw. Yeah, so if you manage to forge up a saw too, that helps immensely. Like a proper saw, not the flint saw. The flint saw can't dismantle. Which forging up a saw is a possibility that's somewhat common. I've forged myself at least a handful of saws in the playthroughs that I have. But I'm actually going to go back because... a file. Files are good, yeah. Because you need them, or small chipsets. Like there's a small... chisel set or something that you can use as well. It also depends on when in build 42 you're talking about, but the recipes that I'm talking about in progression is only improved and made better over time. It's not, it's actually they made stuff easier and more accessible because it wasn't accessible before. I need to see. We'll recoup, and then I want to take this deer hide with me. Yeah. I'm gonna head back to my crafting setup so I can show off the route to advanced crafting so other folks can understand what we're talking about in case they need visual. It is important so that everybody can be in the loop. Because I need visual as well. I can't. I know the recipes, but I need the... Because there's a lot of stuff that gates blacksmithing off if you don't have certain things. You need leather. You need quite a few things in order to be able to produce the large bellows into the advanced forge, into... Because the first 2 forges cannot deal with steel. They don't have access to steel. You don't have access to steel without the advanced forge. Now, if you manage to go to McCoy Estates, technically that wouldn't be a wilderness playthrough, because McCoy Estates is a place that has all the crafting benches. So at least that's my own definition, like of not wilderness, right? Because you're given all of the crafting stations. But let's see. Wilderness playthrough means that you went off into the woods and then went from nothing to everything, which is not possible right now. Not without ridiculous amounts of luck and then very specific things. So, damn it. The ads. Damn it. Damn you, ads. Why do you always interrupt me? Every time. It's like they time it. No, it's time for every hour, that's why, and I just am unlucky. But still. It was your longest run ever, 11 months. Nice. That's a good long run. Alright, so you can still see me, but others can't, so I don't want to go into details on crafting without everyone else, so I'll wait. I'm gonna recoup my stamina and refill my water and stuff like that. But yeah, you need nails right now. It's a requirement in order to advance crafting. That, and also you need to get your skills to a certain point to be able to advance crafting. And then if you do happen to want to do the advanced forge and the advanced furnace, there's requirements. Yeah, some recipes need adjusting so that a nature playthrough 100% is possible and doesn't have to rely on foraging, because foraging nails is just not, it's not a feasible way to get nails. It, like, you can get nails out of it. It is possible. It's just low chance. The odds are not with it. You could get like that, or you could get a nail board and then break it, like somebody else said, but it's not high chance. I've got another minute or so. Water? I do. Do a stretch. Okay. Did we move locations? I ran over back to main base for a second so that I could go through the crafting trees for everyone so that we can kind of see how the progression works right now and exactly how many nails you need in order to progress. Because it would be like currently, because remember in Build 42's earlier iterations, you needed more. They lowered the amount of nails that you needed over, like, some now down to 2 instead of 4. But before you needed like 4 for almost everything because that was the standard. It was like 4, 4, 4 for all of the recipes. But now it's some of the recipes are 2. Yeah, something like little side thing, or just to make some of the temp recipes to make it easier. All right, so now I can go through stuff. So things that you can make from the beginning without any nails at all, very easy, is the primitive forge and the simple furnace. These two things don't need nails. Now, while it says that you can make nails in here, it requires you to make iron chunks. Okay, iron chunks aren't that hard to get. You also need tongs, specifically metal tongs, okay? And a heading tool. Okay, so specifically the metal tongs, meaning that you need... where is it? Right here. The metal tongs require... To make a set of metal tongs, you need wooden tongs, right? A hammer, a metalworking punch, or a small punch chip set, a heading tool, and then some iron bars. The heading tool, to create that... Now, this recipe wasn't working for the longest time, and then they fixed it and made it work. You still need the metalworking punch. Okay, well, what do I need to make that? Okay, so you need an improvised whetstone and a half bar. So in order to get a half bar, you're going to need to burn through tongs in order to get the half bar, right? So this is the cut bar recipe, but you can also create it by forging it with iron chunks. But you still need simple wooden tongs to do it. Earlier iterations of Build 42 didn't give us quite these accessible options, but now they're there, which is good. So that gets you the tongs, the heading tool, and the punch, which are your key items that you need, which requires quite a lot of charcoal and lots of simple wooden tongs to burn out. So you need to keep making the simple wooden tongs until you have made yourself a set of metal tongs. Once you have the set of metal tongs, well, then now you can make nails, right? Not so. You need a ball-peen hammer or a smithing hammer. So if you weren't lucky enough to forage up one of these, which it is possible to forage them up, You need to make one. Okay, well, what does it take to make a smithing hammer? Well, it takes a iron punch pierced chunk to do. All right, and that's doable. And then you can make a smithing hammer, which then will allow you to produce a ball this, which allows you to make 10 nails. You can also use wire to make nails, and you can also use iron pieces to make nails, or steel pieces to make nails, which is making the pieces is something that happens from welding, but it also happens. I'm pretty sure you can saw some pieces down from something. Can't remember if it's the buckles or something like that. I don't remember. But so yes, you can make nails. It's just it requires you to be lucky enough to get enough metal to produce a smithing hammer, or because you need to also be able to level your blacksmithing to level 1, and that's assuming you have the recipes, right? If you didn't take the recipes or blacksmith knowledge, then it would become hard, right? So that's that. And in order to be able to use this setup at all, because you can't use this setup, right? Unless you have a crucible. Now, what does it take to make a crucible? A crucible is made in a pottery station, right? With sand and clay. So you need a burlap sack that has sand in it. Okay, so what does it take to make burlap? Well, you need dogbane hemp, and then you can craft burlap in a loom, combine the burlap with thread that you receive from zombies by their rags, or you could fish them up, right? You can fish them up to like dirty rags. They're part of the trash loot. And then you can make a burlap sack, right? Which is right there, right? So we can make a burlap sack out of thread and a bone needle, which requires carving. If you have happen to have a metal needle, apparently there's brass now too, which is kind of neat. Anyways, that gets you your burlap sack and lets you make that. Okay, well now I have an unfired crucible. What do I need to do with the unfired crucible? Well, you need to put it into a kiln to make it fired. That requires matches, lighter, or an improvised battery lighter. So you need to loot some kind of lightable from a zombie, because crafting or forage up the magnesium fire starter. Those are your options, right? So once again, foraging, it's not likely to happen. You can. I've foraged up the magnesium fire starter before, but once again, and then the improved battery lighter is kind of like harder-ish to get the auto recipe for, because it requires electrical. Okay, so now we've got our crucible, let's say. Okay, well, now what? Well, we need charcoal. Ridiculous amounts of charcoal. So that's easy to do. You just get logs, right? Okay. So we've made nails now. Now what do I do with the nails and and my smithing hammer that I've created? Okay, well, now that I've made my smithing hammer and my nails, I can make pretty much whatever I want, right? Not so, because you're going to need, if you want to advance this, you're going to need an anvil, which requires you to make the wooden mold, which you then need to make it's a hand press that lets you press clay into a mold, fire it so that you have the ceramics, and that gets you the blacksmith anvil. And that's just the one piece of the advanced setup. In order to do the rest of the pieces of the advanced setup, you need to make a wooden bucket and a bellows. Bellows requires leather, which means you need to do the entire leather working process involving the tannin bucket, the drying rack, and the that whole like waiting for the drying rack to dry the leather. And you're going to want to do it in an indoor area, because if you do it outside, it'll get cold probably and take longer. Anyways, if you look at the recipe for these, wooden bucket right there, this requires nails once again. Can't get away from them, can we? And then iron bands. These iron bands have actually been made easier because they now are a drop from welding, as well as they are also very easily craftable, right? So there you go. You got that. So that's how you make the wooden bucket. The wooden bucket's actually not bad. This is actually, I think it's double the size of the regular bucket, so it's like 20 liters, as well as it's used in these crafting recipes. Yeah. Keep a fire burning 24/7, especially when on default settings, your fire only burns for 8 hours, so you have to keep running back to check on it. Okay, and then finally you've got to do the advanced, or to do the bellows, which is the one that I requires medium leather, once again more nails, and then you can use a flint saw and wooden stone hammer. But yeah, so this whole process is lengthy, as you can see. It's not something that you can kind of just flash out. And there, like I said, there are ways to forage. If you forage up a ball peen hammer, or you find a ball peen hammer on a zombie, that is the hammer. Think of that like super important. It is a good hammer to have for blacksmithing. Keep one at all times. But yeah, wilderness playthrough is a struggle bus that you hope for really good luck on the whole time. It's not impossible, but it's definitely not an easy process. Kind of. Because you still need metal being produced somehow, right? In order to do the blacksmithing in the first place. So, in order to get metal, you get metal from the zombies usually. Or you can scrap cars. If you scrap cars, it's the easiest. You get tons of metal that way. But yeah, hopefully this has been instructional for some folks on how to get that process going. It's not, like I said, it's not impossible. It's just, it's not optimal at the moment. Because it takes, like, you can't just go into the woods and expect to have full blacksmith setup, right? It's within like the first little bit. It takes time to get that, unless you're really, really lucky and you manage to somehow get enough nails to sustain you. Oh, so you can light it with like a notch plank? I want them to make it so that instead of that, I want the kiln. I want candles to be lightable in a fire, and then I want candles to be producible via tallow that is created from animals. If you manage to hunt an animal successfully, the animal should have lard drop as a means of and then from there you could get tallow and then combine it with twine to make candles, and those candles could light the kiln, and you light them on the fire, right? That would be so cool to do that instead of having to mess around with the battery lighter. And then so from that fixes the first thing. It also fixes the calorie issue with hunting, because there is no reason that when I kill a deer that it should have less meat on its bones than a baby bunny does. Because baby bunnies currently have more meat on their bones than a full Angus, an Angus bull. And that's not a problem with the bunnies. The bunnies are actually there to help satiate the caloric needs of the calorie system. The calorie system itself has huge flaws, and as a result, there needs to be something to balance those flaws. I preach constantly about the calorie system being broken. So it's like, I don't like to go into it like constantly and be a pest about it, but it is an annoying and hampering system that could be really beautiful if it had a little bit more, it was more robust, instead of most of the food in the game is just fluff. That's how I feel. It's like the food in the game right now is just, does it have calories or not? And do you need calories or not? Okay, well, you can eat the non-calorie food if you want to, not gain weight, and then you need calorie food for gaining weight. And then the calorie foods are just so rigid and frustrating to me. It's not that you're forced into certain play styles that it's It could be better. There could be balance to it. Kind of like how a lot of other games do their food systems, where you are still required to eat, but if you maintain the nutrient balance, that you're rewarded instead of it kicking you over. Because all the nutrients in Zomboid are pretty much not. You don't need to care about them. The only thing that needs to be cared about is calories. It's one of the flaws of Zomboid, though, and I love this game, so I don't want people to get the wrong idea. I absolutely love this game, but that's one of Zomboid's flaws. You can make ice cream before you can make nails. I don't know about that, but you can definitely make high caloric food before you can make nails. That's not hard to do. Beeswax candles win. Indeed. Thank you very much for the streak. I do very much appreciate. I too long for the beeswax candles and the bees. Protein can be a useful macro to keep it high. No, it can't. Protein doesn't increase your caloric gains at all. So the way that calories work in Zomboid are like this. There's 4 things on your bar. One sec. Let me grab some food wherever it is. Right here. So you see how there are. No, not for strength XP. I'll explain the strength XP bonus thing here in a second, but that's not it's funny when you know how it works internally. So calories, the only things that affect your weight are calories, carbohydrates, and fats. Those are the only things on this list that matter to your weight. Now, calories has to hit a certain threshold in order to gain weight, and then if it's anywhere under that threshold, you lose weight. And so it goes down to minus 2200 and then goes up to positive 3300, and it needs to be over, like, I think it's positive 1000 some change, in order, depending on if you take fast metabolism or slow metabolism or no weight trade at all, if you're going to gain weight. Fast metabolism raises the bar, slow metabolism lowers the bar. But that's the calories chooses when you get your first chevron. The other 2, carbohydrates or fats, need to be above, I think it's either 300 or 500 out of the 1000 in order to get your second chevron. It doesn't matter which one of them it is, but if either one of those is above the threshold, you can earn your second chevron. However, if your calories are not above the threshold, you don't get any chevrons. 0. No chevrons, no weight gain. Your calories are the one that matter. Then carbohydrates and fats. And then protein. Okay, protein is a fun little one that gives you an XP bonus to fitness and strength. It actually doubles, like, more or less doubles your gains. However, it's only if you keep your protein value between 50 and 300. If you go over that value, and which it caps out at 1000, you do not gain any value at all anymore. It's only between 300 and 50. So it ends up being because you're often only going to get that on your downward trend when you're losing weight, because you stop eating the protein stuff, right? Because when you're bulking up, generally speaking, especially with fish, not butter, of course, but with fish, you're gaining a lot of protein. Same with rabbits. There's a fair number of protein in rabbits. Like, look, this hits the calorie cap and it's rotten on its own. That's the calorie cap, beyond the calorie cap, actually. And the protein cap. So you would gain no bonus strength XP if you ate this fillet. Not until that protein number went back down under 300, which at that point you'd be gaining an extra, like, it's like a 2 times multiplier. It's great. But min-maxing that is very difficult, because you'd only be min-maxing that during your downward trend. How do you even tell your current protein? By very carefully netting it out through through nutritionist, or if you go into debug and just look. That's the only ways you can tell, because otherwise you can only know that your character is, you know, you're probably at 0, and depending on what you ate. You can hit above the calorie cap though, or the protein caps with or not the cap. You can get into the protein bonus by eating bugs, but you need to be very careful when you eat bugs, because some of the bugs are poisonous and they can build up sickness. And if you eat too many and then combo that with a nice sip of river water, you're gonna end up hurt as a result. Yeah. Is this broken? Let's check. No, but it has frogs in it. My frog army grows. We're gonna take over the world. Knox County. How do you tell your... Oh, sorry, I already read that. being a dork. But when going over all this stuff, I'm sorry if I'm seem excitable. It's just I can see it getting better, and eventually they will fix a lot of these issues, I'm sure. The flow changes in the flow in the crafting will be more doable in the future. It'll be decent when that's the case. Here we are. What are those dirt mounds? Those are charcoal. So charcoal piles. And I'm using them as temporary walling because I wanted to have the zombies leave me alone while I was fishing. So the zombies can break them, but the thing is if they were to break them, I would be alerted of it and I could run away. They're easy to make, so... That's what you're here for? Okay, sorry. It's just, I don't want people to get the wrong idea thinking that I'm trying to be hostile or prove you wrong or anything like that. No, I'm just excited about it. That's all. I'd prefer us know, and we're sharing knowledge. And I'm agreeing with that a wilderness challenge would be fun and really cool. And it'd be cool to go into the woods with nothing and then come out of the woods a knight in shining armor. That would be pretty neat. But currently, the way that the game is set up, it doesn't really do that well. Like it's too RNG focused at the moment and doesn't like you'd struggle. You'd struggle to get to that point unless you're like a few months in and you got really, really lucky with collecting the right ingredients and such. Yeah. I'd be keen to do a challenge like that where you're not allowed to go into any buildings that are like lootable. Like 0 loot. Rhett's been wanting to do the same thing for ages. So we you know, be cool.
Hey.
Come on over here. Okay, so make sure that I didn't drop anything. Zomboid will get there at some point here in the future. It will. And even like if it like I, apparently the bow mod is really good too. That's what Nico was saying. He's very much enjoying it. I hope that it's something like that, but within the own like the devs bow, like bow and arrow. Let's cook these up. You thinking they added more? No, it's a mod. The bow and arrow mod. Do you think the devs are so ashamed of a nutrition system that they hid it behind it? No, I don't think they're ashamed. I think they just don't really know how to get it the way that they want it. Not yet. Like they'll get there, but like it's been very much the devs of so Indie Stone will do things very hard one way and then they'll crank it back really like it's crazy. If you think about it, a good example would be Dogbane hemp. Dogbane hemp used to be a 20-to-1 twine ratio. That's what it used to be, right? 20-to-1. Now, and it was rare. It was hard to find that stuff. Kind of. You could find it along shorelines during rain. It was most common during those times as if you were to use the wild plant focus. Now, they changed it. They made it a lot more common so that you have a much greater chance of finding it. And now instead of a 20-to-1, it's a 1-to-1 ratio. It's 20 times better than it used to be. That is quite the change, right? I think that that's part of the issue, though, is that striking that balance is difficult, especially within the unstable build. It's tough to get that nice balance of difficult, but also, you know, so it's like difficult, but achievable. So I do appreciate the devs putting in the extra time to try to find that niche balance. I think that things need to be accessible first, though, before they're made more difficult, so that people can understand the crafting that goes into it, and then how hard it is to get such and such, right? Yeah, the biggest things that currently need fixing in the progression chain are the fact that so much of it needs nails, and then the other part is the kiln. The kiln needs some alternative lighting source that is attainable, that is not gated behind high levels of electrical or luck with foraging / looting, because you can't expect those to always come through, right? I mean, you can by making the looting really high, but it's not a good change in my mind. Making things flow better would be a better change. It would be a finicky in the isometric. They've got the aiming system already built in though, so like it would just be a slightly different variation of the aiming system, probably, with more of a charge up than just the because there's a charge up in the aiming system to get a bonus. Stuff like this, though, as well is super useful. The debris. I love when they change that. I hope that they make the other debris accessible as well. I'd love to get rid of these stumps. Or these double wooden things that appear. It'd be nice to get rid of them, too. I mean, you might be able to smash these with something. But that might be a mod. I don't remember. I know that these double things, though, you can't get rid of them. I've tried. I had a sledgehammer and everything with Higgins and couldn't get rid of them. Wouldn't let me. Sledge, pickaxe, nothing. I took the time to craft a pickaxe. Give that a go. No. Not enough. Yeah. You can remove them with a pickaxe. No, not these. I've tried. Unless that's new. When did they update that? It wasn't in the patch notes if that's the case. But maybe I'm wrong. 1 second. Cause I'll run back to base there. We'll light our food, eat, and then I'll load debug and look. I'd prefer to know the answer than to be just wrong, you know? I don't wanna... And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Am I starving to death? No. You're playing vanilla and it seems to work. Okay, I'll have a look. Give me 1 sec. Look at that. 122 hunger, but almost no calories comparatively. It's not none, but it's like low. Yeah, I'm okay with being wrong if I'm wrong, though. I'd rather know the right answer. Let's see. 1 sec. Because I'm pretty sure maybe the stumps are possible, but I don't think that those, because I had one of those, bothering me on my Muldrop playthrough. Don't be sad, Strider. It's okay. All right, let's... Ribbit. You're hoping for more snow? I figured that it was something like that. Yeah, you don't have to be sad. It's okay. It'll maybe happen later this week, this year, or maybe not. Maybe it'll happen next year. You could always make your own snow. Like go into a snowy game and play a snowy game for a bit. All right, let's load up and see if I can actually move those debris that are annoying. Spawn myself in a pickaxe and... Oh, just in case. These are cosmetic mods, but I'll turn them off just in case, because I don't want to disable all. So. All right. Let's have a look. Custom sandbox. It doesn't matter. Let's just do Apocalypse. I'll draw, sure. No character, doesn't matter. We're looking at about 9. Neat. I've seen so much snow that I could actually go without seeing it for a while. So much snow that I did. Like, I mean, I'm good. I'm good for at least a while. You get tired of shoveling it. Okay, let's start by zombies. Okay, we'll do this one, that one, sledgehammers. Okay, where will we see one of those? There's one right there. Nice, I didn't have to go far. So let's drop these on the ground. We'll do these one at a time. Okay, so sledgehammer. Dig furrows, destroy, can't do it. And when you dig furrows, it doesn't get rid of it either. So sledgehammer won't do it. And sledgehammer is considered like one of the super powered items. Gardening? Oh, it is a new feature. I am wrong. Heck yeah, okay, I am wrong. So it was added in 42.13 then. I'm glad that I'm wrong. Can we do these too? I don't think I seen that in the patch notes though. I'm keen that I'm wrong and that they added those to the debris list. That's awesome. But yeah, sledgehammers supposedly are supposed to have similar function to the pickaxe. Surprised they don't count. They work for what's it called? Because pickaxes and sledges both work for the same as the maul to do mining nodes. Sledgehammer's slowly getting more and more nerfed. Poor sledge. But yes, I thank you. By the way, I do appreciate. You know, it's good to be in the know about these kinds of things. Yeah. Now we can have pretty gardens. Yeah, I used to. So way back in Build 41, we used to not be able to remove any of the debris at all. So none of the debris was removable. And I used to have a mod that I used in some of my playthroughs that lets you get rid of it. You just delete it. It used to cause errors, but it would just get rid of it. You know, make things nice, right? Clean up. For you, you don't. It's like it's cold. Yeah. So for here, there's like we have snow majority of the year. Um, there's a portion of the year though that we don't. We actually have seasons here. It does. We do have real seasons. They exist. But oftentimes we joke about it up here that we actually only have 2 seasons, winter and construction. uh, Come on, Zomboid, catch up. Let's get rid of that. So I've seen a lot of folks in like they have like 1,000,000 saves. I don't know how they do it. How come they have 1,000,000 saves? Why though? I like my saves to be tidy. Yeah, no more than 2. Like for me, it's no more than the amount of saves that I'm playing. So if I'm playing a bunch of saves, there will be a bunch of saves, but I have to actively be playing them, right? And I only have so much time, so I'm not gonna have like more than like maybe 7. I could see myself having 7 playthroughs active at the same time. But that's like that's a bit of an ask, right? Given the amount of time that I like to put into my playthroughs. So like today we've been playing this one pretty much all day. Oh. How heavy are these? Can I put them in here and not be encumbered? Yes. Nice. Okay, let's get back to it. I've been slacking. But it's been fun. I like when we get to do the sciences and stuff and poke at it and confirm and talk about stuff. Hopefully it's been informative for some folks, like, and folks can take away some stuff. So what was it somebody said earlier that you could do like 20 little TikToks out? I don't have a TikTok. And probably should make one, but it's like, you don't so you appreciate. I'm glad. If even one person is getting something out of it, I'm happy then. Oh, we're tired. It's a good song. All right. I'm in a weird place where I don't really know what I want to be doing at this exact moment in time. Because we're tired and... we need something to be doing. Bone dice? Oh, I broke my improved whetstone. That sucks. Oh, that's it. Ran out of light. How close are we to leveling strength? We should be on the verge. Top 500 XP. Okay, yeah, we're done with leveling strength to 5 then, and then so now it's just gravy after this. I just need to make sure that we have enough. We're we have other weapons. No. Are we? We're too hot. Oh, my hair. There we go. Yeah, we're gonna be at the good levels now soon.
Hey!
Yeesh. That would be the same level up. Oh, Muscle strain is now a lot less of a pain. Still a pain, but a lot less. Because now it's a 1 times multiplier instead of 1.1. One more level here in a moment. Yeah, that Vincent's gonna go bad now. Well, still, it wasn't too bad to have it around. Didn't have to forage anything as a result. I don't know if I have enough damage to kill all of them. This should be reaching its end. Yeah. Killing the 4 though should be possible. throw this one in the fire, and then we'll probably make 2 more. Maybe 3. Now that we're a little bit stronger. Morning! Yeah, Buzz gave a bunch of folks subs. I do very much appreciate it. Buzz is great. He also got me an emote in the like the hype train, because he broke the record for hype train, which is kind of cool. It's like a little crown emote. Yeah. Hopefully you'll get used out of the frog emotes, and and hopefully add free viewing, which is nice. Yeah. Bop 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 bop. Oh, let's grab that one. Go get our in-game nap in, and then we'll do one more day. And then I've got D&D actually here in a little while, I think. It's Sunday, right? Yeah, it's Sunday. Yeah, one more day. One more day. I keep telling myself that. One more day, one more day. Yeah. But then I'll go get myself some food and maybe message Emma, see what Emma's up to. Emma's probably sleeping. Emma usually sleeps right until D&D. Well, maybe not. Maybe Emma's around. One more day. Let's go. We got this. So we'll kill another chunk of the zombies. And then we'll recoup and... and we'll see who's around, kind of thing. Today's been super productive. We made so much progress. Now we just need to, retain and not get overwhelmed by zombies in the near future. But I am going to play a little bit more aggressively up to the 8-month mark. Because, yeah, we have the capability to do so. But not carelessly, like, aggressive. You move above. No. Wherever their head is located, I move so the center of my feet is located there. Because that's where the hitbox is for your character. The damage all comes from the center of your feet. I know it doesn't look like it because it's isometric, but that's where your damage is. It registers where your character is based on the center of your feet. So, ow, I messed that up. 1 second. So you seen how I hit him in the torso? Visually, I'm actually hitting him in the head. I know it doesn't look like it. It looks like I'm hitting him in the... And when you go for a stab with a short blade, it looks like I'm stabbing them in the groin, but I'm not. What's happening is I'm hitting them in the head. Because I'm positioned where their head would... Like, closer to the head on the tile. So if you look here, the zombie is located here, and then it's broken up into 3 parts. It's on this tile, right? And then it's broken into 3 parts. Its legs, its torso, and its head. You want to be positioned centered of your feet wherever it is. And then wherever you want to hit. Thank you for the wellness. I do appreciate it. I'll be getting some good food here in a bit. Today's the last day, and then we'll wrap it for the time being. Yeah, it's good to know. Little information like that. Another one that's really crucial to learn is this one here. So I'm sure you've probably noticed that I get up really quickly, right? This one is like really important. So normally if you stand up like this, right? It's kind of slow. And not going to save you if a zombie's approaching you, right? Because the zombie will catch up and it'll eat you. If you hold shift while you do it though, so hold shift and then press a movement key, you get up real fast and then you can, like, so it's super quick so that you can get up and go. Because you need to rest. It's important to rest your character. That's like the whole name of the game is rest, fight, and then loot, right? Unless you're playing a building character. Oh my god. If you didn't know that before, it is crucial info. And I'm glad that you're getting the info now. That is sort of game-saving info. I need to stop the ram from doing that. There you go. We need to get those guys out of there because they're freaking out the animals. We'll do a small group here and then we'll back off. We're exerted. I need to back off now. Ah, that sucks. Because we're sleeping on, no, it's not. The temperature. Temperature is what caused it. Okay. We're too hot and too cold and too hot and too cold. Still, I'll still clear this group out. Okay, so we could keep fighting, but it's not wise to. We should back off. What's the mod that I'm using in the top right? That one's called OSRS Retextured. So it's a popular one. There's also spikes, as well as of quite a lot of other ones that have existed in as well. But it's a RuneScape one, right? Like kind of. It tells you what last XP that you received, and lets you kind of track your XP as you go. It'd be the same as opening this menu. And as you can see, we're starting to get up there in some skills. I think we probably could finish off masonry, not napping, but well, maybe. If I forced it with nodes, I could probably get napping done. Carving is something that I can... These top three I could finish. Cooking, because we have chickens nearby, I might be able to max cooking. We almost got to max level cooking in the first playthrough. Foraging is something that'll kind of just cap out on its own naturally. Fishing's going to take a little bit more time, especially now that I'm not actually fishing, and we're using the fishing nets. I may still occasionally fish just so that we can eventually get it to cap out. But I may also stop closer to level 8, so that we can get the fishing volume 5, hopefully. That's very optimistic with our loot settings, but you know, you never know, right? But if we do get that book, I'm not gonna wait for it forever, though. The rest of these are not too bad. If we could get the animals, animal care would not be a difficult one to level. And then agriculture, I'm waiting until spring, until we decide to plant stuff. And I hope that we can get some sunflowers. I may go as far as to go to McCoy Estates. Here, I'll just do this. You can look here behind my head. You can see. So those are the mods I'm using. There's only 4. It's Twist Stats, Twist Resting mod, and OSRS and Craftable Headgear. Craftable Headgear is the one that gives the frog hat and the mask. The Stats mod is right here. So this is Twist Stats mod. It's really cool. It can tell you all of the statistics of your character, for kills and which weapons you're using. Right. As well as it can include things like distance traveled and a bunch of other neat statistics that I just care about these ones right now, so that we may start doing like average daily kills and stuff later, but yeah. I'm only really looking for UI mods. This would be considered a UI mod. This one's also UI mod. The resting mod is to just it just tells me when I'm rested. That's all. So that I can continue on. It'd be the same as if I opened up the health panel and just waited, because the muscle strain would go away eventually, and I know the timing that it takes to get for the yellow muscle strain, as well as get rid of the moodles, right? But eventually they'll bring back that Moodle, I hope. Let's drop you here. Okay, wait until 2100, then we'll have a nap. Oh, my comfy sofa chair. All right, no, that's it for today. I've got to go do get my breakfast in, and then I've got D&D, so here in a few hours. So that is a good stopping point, if any. Anyways, let's see who's on. We can go spend some time with somebody else. Yeah, I'm sorry. It's time to wrap up for me. But we'll raid someone, make somebody else's day a little bit brighter, you know? See how their run's going. There's quite a few folks on. Let's have a look. Okay. Let's see. Raid message? You can do whatever you want for the raid message. I often do 3 of my little raid emotes. But you can do whatever you want, you know? There you go. I do these. But you can, yeah. I think we'll raid into Passy, because Passy is doing some more often helis, often metas, similar to what we're doing, kind of. There you go. You guys can go hang out with him. Alrighty, 'tis been my pleasure as always. I will see you guys next time. Ta for now. Oh, socials, I guess. These are the places I post when I go live. So, alrighty. See ya. I will see you guys probably tomorrow around. I'm trying to keep it around the same time as best I can, but you know, variant.